Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Still haven't gotten the Twitch chat to work, but I found an alternative. I've got the Twitch chat completely separate. I'll have to figure that out in a later time period. But, yeah, we're here. Just getting things set up real fast before we begin. I want to make sure I've got everything ready before we go ahead and get things started on here on the channel. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, by the way. Y'all are all wonderful people. Hope you all tuned in yesterday, too. That was a phenomenal stream. Hoping for a phenomenal game today as well. Let's see. Here we go. And I guess we're going to get things kicked off with this. Alright. My mic is still really loud for some reason. Cannot figure that out for the life of me, so here's what we'll do. We'll leave it there for now. Alright. Ta-da! Decided to come out straight forward with the mustard costume. Since we are leaving up, we're right from where we left off yesterday. So, going into this stream straight with the mustard costume. Anyway. Good day, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Friday night here on Squidtard Sports. You best know I am. We had a hell of a game yesterday. This is probably one of the best games that I've witnessed. We are live, right? Is my head playing tricks on me, or are we off the air or something? My comments just suddenly stopped. So we're live. Sorry, that took me so long to get ready because I'd put on the costume and everything. I know it takes me like 10 seconds to put this thing on, but it takes a lot of time and energy, okay? Okay, we are live. Good. Alright, phenomenal. Great information. Alright. But yeah, great to see you guys. Hoping for a good game today. The college football playoff semifinal, Peach Bowl, Indiana and Oregon. A rematch of a regular season game in the Big Ten. And this was a good game the last time they played, too. Really good game. And nobody gave Indiana a chance there, and then they obviously go into Autzen Stadium and take down the Ducks on their way to what's now been an undefeated season. They're what are they now, 14-0? Indiana? Yeah, they're 14-0 now. Potentially on their way to 15-0 if they can hold on and survive here. And then whatever happens from the rest of the, whatever happens throughout the rest of the places, I don't know, but at least for the time being, this is going to be a good game because I've got a feeling Oregon's going to be vastly more prepared for this Indiana team than they were the last time because nobody gave them a shot. I didn't give them a shot. Nobody did. But now they are. Now they're the favorite. What's up, Zep? Congratulations on reaching Twitch affiliate. Squid, thank you very much, good sir. Thank you for all the support you get into this channel. You're a great guy, great fella. Thank you very much for all the work that you've done over here on Squidtard Sports. But yeah, great to see all of you guys. Hope you guys tune around for this stream. Going to be a fun one. Going to be an exciting ball game. Because at least in the 12-team playoff, all of the cultural playoff semifinals have been really fun games to watch. So I'm hoping these two teams keep that moving forward and Oregon shows up. The reason I say Oregon is that Indiana is coming into this game as a massive favorite. At least in the general public's eyes. I know they're only like a 3.5 point underdog. And I don't know if the spread has moved down or up, but it doesn't necessarily matter. The fact that they're an underdog going into this game, it really kind of tells the story on its own. But Indiana, by far, this looks, from the way this entire playoff run has played out, this looks like Indiana's season to lose. Fernando Mendoza's had a Heisman year, set records at Indiana. They've had a record-breaking defense, record-breaking squad overall. They're number one. They're the only team in college football that has yet to take a loss. And whenever you watch them play, here's the thing about these playoff teams. A lot of these teams that we've seen in the playoffs are either dominant on offense or dominant on defense. Ole Miss, like we saw yesterday, really good team on offense, mid-tier defense at best. Everybody can agree on that. Miami, really good defense. Really, really good defense. And sort of average to above, I would say above average to average level offense. But they've got an elite defense. Same goes for teams like Ohio State, Oklahoma. I don't know, whatever you'd call Alabama, but like Georgia. You get the idea. Indiana is a team that has been elite on both sides of the football. Elite on offense, elite on defense. And the fact that they've found the strength on both sides has come to show that they are the most complete team in college football. Now, whether that results in a national championship is yet to be determined. But what we do know is that we are looking at what I would think to be the most complete team. No exploitable holes on this squad, but we'll see. Even the best teams have their days. So I guess we're due to find out. Anyway, though, good to see all you guys in here. Let me answer some of these questions. Do you think Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns will have a comeback year next season? If Arch plays like he did against Michigan in the bowl game, is a Citrus Bowl, I think they've got a pretty good shot at coming back. And they weren't even that far off from a playoff team this year. If you take away that loss to a shit-tier Florida team, chances are that Texas team's probably in the playoffs too. Just the way it is. Or if not that, then they're staring right outside of it because they have that win over A&M that boosts them up. They might have kicked out Oklahoma in the process. I don't know. But what we do know is that Texas would have been in. Probably, more than likely. But they would have been around that level. So it's not even for them to go from like 9-3 to 10-2 or 11-1 wouldn't even necessarily be that much of a comeback season. But I mean, they had a 10-win season this year. I can't believe we're going to see future Raiders quarterback Fernando Mendoza play. Heck yeah. Hope the best for you if that's what's going to happen. If that's what you think's going to happen. Everybody's going to be going after Mendoza. But these last few quarterback classes have been a little iffy, I guess you could say. They haven't been the best. Sorry, filling up my drink. I got another Dr. Pepper. But yeah, they've been like mid at best. I think most of everybody in here can agree on that. Mendoza's a really good quarterback, though. But who's the second best after him? You got to think about that, don't you? A lot of people thought that some of these quarterbacks from the SEC were going to pop off. Lenore Sellers, Garrett Nussmeier, DJ Wrongway, and all of them have been straight disasters. Speaking of quarterback disasters, Sam Levitt's now, He's now interested in going to Miami because now he's taking a visit to the Canes. And if I had to guess, Josh Heupel's probably just going to sit there and watch it happen. Because, we love to make the best out of our talent fee money. And by that I mean we love to do absolutely nothing with it except give it straight to Danny White's pockets. So that's going to be great. That's going to be fun. And if... I've already heard Tennessee, Bo Prabula is on a visit to Tennessee, and like the Vols fans, at least the Sunshine Pumpers have already started with he had a couple of really good games at the start of the year, and let's forget about how in his last 4 games he didn't score a single touchdown, but no, that's not a problem. Yeah, if Prabula's our starting quarterback, then this season's probably a wash, and we can just go ahead and fire Josh Heupel off the bat. I don't know if he's going to go through with that, but Sam Levitt is 100 times the quarterback Bo Prabula is. He doesn't fit in the Heupel system like Josh Hoover would have, but he's a guy who can do 1,000 times more than Prebula. It's just the truth. I've seen the dude play. He does not have it. That's why and that's another thing. Tennessee fans are like, oh, he had to have some sort of idea if he got the starting job at Missouri. Hey, dumb shit. He started because Sam Horn, who was their starting quarterback, got injured. Ay. Leif Opstad, thank you very much for the $5 super chat, sir. He says, the only certain feeling I have with the Damon Williams-Washington Huskies situation is that this is very awkward for all parties involved. Yeah, you know what it's like in my eyes? You know what it's like to me? It's like, hold on a second. Thank you very much for the 5. It's like, getting cheated on by your girlfriend. And then, basically the next day being like, oh, you know what? People make mistakes. Give us some time and we'll be able to get this thing back together and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That's basically what it's like to me. If they had any sense, they'd let him walk. They would have just let him walk to LSU. I know it would have benefited Elaine Kiffin, but it would have been the way better alternative for Washington because I don't believe anybody wants to play for Damon Williams after what he did. Unless he makes a statement about it. We're still waiting on that, by the way. We have no idea whether or not he's actually going to make a statement. That's what we're waiting on. Is Moore the number 2 overall pick quality? I know Mendoza is great. I don't know. I'm not so sure. There's a big gap from Mendoza and then everybody else. And I don't think Dante Moore. As good of a season as he's had, I think a lot of that is due to the fact that he's had the talent around him, plus a great defense and a great run game. It doesn't mean he won't figure it out in the NFL. It just, the likelihood is way off. Love's got a bunch of baggage. That's why nobody has signed him yet. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But you got to consider you got to consider the talent. And our options are getting thinner by the day. And if our best option is Prebula, you might as well just go ahead and shoot me now. That's not going to be fun. Did Damon drop a statement on Instagram? I have no clue. If he did, then... Okay, so he did drop a statement. Let me go read this then. Because I did not hear about this. I was busy working on the Get Out video. Must have been sometime earlier today. Damon Williams Instagram statement. Okay, here it is. Here we go. I'll put this on the screen so that you guys can see it too, or at least the ones who don't know what it is. Here we go. First, I want to thank everyone in the Washington program for everything they have done for me. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a part of Husky Nation. I want to give a special thank you to Coach. Oh, this is 3 days ago. This is when he was entering the transfer portal. That's not the right statement. I looked up his Instagram statement and. All right, give me another minute. Here we go. Okay, now I've got it. This is the state. This is the official statement. The right one. After thoughtful reflection with my family, I am excited to announce that I will continue my football journey at the University of Washington. I am deeply grateful for to my coaches, teammates, and everyone in the program for fostering an environment where I can thrive both as an athlete and an individual. I'm fully committed and focused on contributing to what we are building. Additionally, okay, here we go. I apologize that the timing of these events coincided with the celebration of life for Mia Hamad, a beloved member of our university community. I never intended to call attention away from such an important moment. I'm excited to reunite with my teammates and lead the University of Washington to success in the 2026 season and beyond. Go Huskies. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Not bad. Not bad. It's not bad. But what I will say is he should have led. I think he should have led with the apology about the events coinciding with that, because that was the main concern everybody was on. That's the main thing everybody was focused on. Nonetheless, though, he doesn't have to necessarily answer to us. We're just the fans. I mean, it matters way more about what the team thinks, and if they're welcoming him back in with open arms, then so be it. My take on it stands. I don't think he should be. I don't think he should be welcomed back out of Washington with open arms after that situation. Because he wanted to. The timing of the situation doesn't take away from the fact that he wanted to transfer in the first place. It's the main reason why I wanted, like, Mike Matthews from Tennessee. I wanted him to walk because he threatened to enter the transfer portal if he wasn't getting paid more. I was just like, let the dude go. He's not committed to the university. He's committed to the bag. Let him go. Ay. George Johnson, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. Thank you, good sir. Says, hey Squid, love the content. Who do you want to win? As a Horns fan, I'm pulling for Indiana since they've been pretty bad throughout history. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I gotta hit the Squiddy again. I'll say this. I don't really have a preference. I said the same thing about Ole Miss and Miami. All of the teams that I wanted to lose, since that's what I was really doing, I was just hate watching some of these teams. Ohio State, Alabama, and especially Georgia, they're out. I don't have to hate watch anymore. And both Oregon and Indiana fans, at least the ones that I've met and interacted with, are pretty cool. I don't have any transgressions towards either of these squads. So all I can really say is I just hope for a damn good game. That's all I can really hope for. I hope for a really good, clean game with no injuries. But if I had to choose, I want Oregon to win. If I had to choose, only because it would be all the more funny for Oregon to win this game, go into the national championship, and then get beat by the 7th floor and still come out with no national championship. I think DeMond came back because he knew he was going to lose in court. Yeah, still. I mean, it doesn't matter what excuse you make towards it if you're DeMond Williams. The fact that you even considered the idea, you can consider, there's nothing wrong with thinking about it a little bit more, but he jumped into the portal, he had made his decision, and then suddenly, oh, now I changed my mind. No, you've already made your decision. You already cheated. You don't get to just come back and be like, oh, well, everything's sunshine and rainbows now. No, it isn't. No. Insanity. I know it's an apples to oranges comparison whenever I'm talking about cheating on a significant other as compared to DeMond Williams entering the transfer portal then deciding he doesn't want to, but you get the idea, and that's what matters more. That's why, this is coming from somebody who has been cheated on, so that's why I'm especially critical about people hitting the transfer portal. Loyalty is a big thing, or at least it was a big thing back in college football before NIL and the transfer portal and all of that. Not many got it anymore. It would be even funnier for Mario Cristobal to beat his own team. I think the narratives around the national championship would be a whole lot more interesting if Oregon were to hold here and actually get the W. Not to say that like they won't get it, or they can't, or that the Indiana-Miami game itself wouldn't be interesting at all, which it would be. It would be very, very interesting, but you know how it is. Game time getting ready to start here. Hope you guys are ready for some absolute chaos, because you best guarantee that I am. So you're rooting and hate watching at the same time. Not anymore. There's nobody to hate watch. I don't have any aggression towards any of these teams. I don't care who wins. On it, like literally. Nothing changes no matter who wins or loses. I still can't believe he picked Boo Carter over Jacoby Thomas. Yeah, that another big fumble by Heupel. Seems like he's doing that a lot now. Big time fumbles. That's why it's so important to hit it big in the portal this season, because if he has another dud, it's going to get bad here in the Tennessee fan base, and he might get run out of town. And Danny White arguing with the fans on Twitter isn't doing anybody any favors. Except Nico Imaliava, he's loyal. Oh yeah, Nico's the biggest cheater of them all. When it comes to the type of cheaters that you interact with, Nico's the type of one that sends you a video of him doing it with somebody else. That's the type of cheater Nico is. He's a cheater and he's proud of it. I mean, like, because majority of cheaters in a relationship, you know, they'll hide it from people. They'll keep it a secret. They'll try and keep it a secret for as long as they possibly can until eventually the truth gets out, and then they have to confess their sins or keep denying it, one of the two. People like Nico, that's not what he did. He just came out with it and said, "Yeah, I'm cheating. What are you gonna do about it?" If Indiana does to Oregon what they did to Alabama, might as well give them the trophy. Well, they're not gonna do that. Oregon's defense is way too good for that. This is gonna be a good game. I don't see it. Indiana's not going to just blow Oregon out of the water. That's not going to happen. The Duckies' defense is just way too good. We're talking about a team that held Texas Tech to a whopping 0 points. I know Tech is kind of the same way. They don't necessarily have a threatening offense in any capacity, but still a pretty significant feat to shut out a playoff team. Bro knows all this a personal experience. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Yeah, no. Dealt with some serious pain as a Tennessee fan, but I'll tell you truthfully, there's nothing worse than getting cheated on by a significant other. That's why because the whole reason betrayal hurts worse than anything, any type of other pain, is because the pain is coming from somebody you don't expect. Somebody you trusted. Somebody you put a lot of trust in, and then out of nowhere, they suddenly betray you and turn against you, and they do something you would have least expected. Yeah, it's not pleasant. In no capacity. That's a pain I couldn't wish on anybody. you guys want to know a lore drop, that happened fairly recently, actually. Where I got cheated on. Happened fairly recently. I was in a relationship not that long ago. Found out on a Saturday, actually, that there was something else going on. I won't get into all the nitty-gritty details about it. Because that just, in hindsight, that just makes me look bitter. But yeah, no, it was fairly recent, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did. I was actually in a relationship earlier. Funny enough, earlier throughout the summer going into this season was when I was in this relationship, and sort of out of nowhere, I found out what was going on because I was stupid for this. Okay, so don't ever if you're gonna fall for somebody, make sure you know them first. That's something I've had to learn the hard way. Make sure you know them. And that was the mistake that I made. But yeah, here's your lore drop. So, funny enough, the day I found out that I was getting cheated on was the day that I was supposed to be live streaming the Tennessee-Arkansas game. So, I remember I put out a post saying that I wasn't in. I guess I don't remember exactly what I said. Wasn't in the mood. Wasn't prepared for the stream. I don't exactly remember what I said, but there was truth to that. It just wasn't the whole truth. But that was the day I found out I was getting cheated on. And so I had to go through a nasty confrontation. Was not fun in the slightest. Don't recommend it to anybody, but yeah, no. I was deeply in love with this girl. Next thing I know, I find out she tells me she's not ready for a relationship. And then not that long afterwards, guess what? Now I know why. Now I know why you said that. Yeah, no, there's ain't much else I can say about that, man. Yeah. Yeah, no. So, moral of the story from that is, because it crushed me. I was a wreck for a little while. After that one, I fell for somebody who I thought, because, she was the one that asked me out in the first place, and then I was like, okay, sure, and then we started, emotions started going, and then out of nowhere, things just sort of changed. I could tell the vibe was different. I tried to fix things, and it didn't take that long afterwards to find out exactly what was going on, which again led to that day, the Tennessee-Arkansas game, where I found out that I was getting cheated on. With a friend, no less! No, legitimately. Yeah, because along with that time period, I had met some other friends that me and her both knew, and yeah, no. She was feeding all the same stuff that she was talking about with me to him. And another dude. Literally, there were two other guys she was doing. At least two. So, I mean, it was pretty obvious to find out from that point onward that, that's what she does. She uses people. She uses them for her own personal gain, for her mental state. I'm not really sure what it is. But all I know is that I got hella played. But if I got the chance to do it all over again, I would have never gone into it anyway. But I don't regret it, because it has taught me a lot of things about people, about the right people, about who you should be with and who you shouldn't, and I learned a lot from it. Came out a better man because of it. As you grow up in life, you learn these things, you learn these experiences, and it just so happened that I had to learn that the hard way. One of my first relationships was like that. Yeah, they call it, they have a word for it. Situationships is what they call it. But I was not aware that that's what it was. I thought it was a full-fledged relationship. The details on that were never spoken to me. And, you know, we go back with the I love you too. And it seemed like a little bit more than that whenever you looked at it. But then turns out, guess what? Things just automatically change out of the blue. And I was none the wiser. Yeah. I don't regret it. And as much of a wreck as I was after it happened, looking back at it now, I'm thankful that I figured it out when I did. Because this could have gone on, this could have still been going on right now. I could have still been doing this relationship with her, not knowing that she was, you know, telling all of these things to at least 2 other guys. If not more. Yeah, anyway, we have deviated so far off from where we were before. I'm sorry for you guys that had to listen to that, thinking you were coming in here trying to hear some football talk, and then hearing me rant about how I got cheated on. You don't want to hear me talk about it. I apologize for that. But I feel better. I do. Because this is something I've never told you guys about. I had no reason to tell you that. I didn't want to tell you guys that. Because why would you want to listen to me and my love life? Chances are, some of you guys in the comment section have probably got it worse than I do. Who knows? I mean, there's people who go through divorces, go years into a relationship just to find out their significant other's cheating on them. I mean, there's people who have got it way worse than I did. So listening to me, it sort of feels hypocritical on my end. But just know that whatever you're going through, hope the best for you. If there's any red flags that you spot off the bat, they need to be addressed. Don't let it linger, because that's a mistake that I did. I didn't address the red flags as soon as I saw them. Because people were telling me before about her, about how she's done this before, about how she would, how she literally cheated on somebody before she cheated with me. And I knew about that before getting into it, and I was still like, oh, well, I mean, people change. I mean, which is true, people do change, but you've got to give them the opportunity to change, and it did not happen. Did not happen. So, again, I've become a better man from it. I've learned from my mistakes, and Oregon's on the field. I love you guys. Thank you all for listening to that. If you want to hear more about that, tune in tomorrow. She talked me into going to the prom with her, then right before she got with my best friend. Yeah, that... Damn, bro. Hate to hear that for you. What nightmare fuel. Yeah, your heart got broke, but you were able to bail earlier. I've been there, Squid. It really blows. You do learn from it, though. Thank you, thank you. She was a hoax, that's right. She was ready for a relationship, but with something else. I mean, yeah, no. After she cheated on me, she immediately tried the same thing with other guys, other content creators. Because that's another thing is that I forgot to mention is that she loves to vibe with content creators. And I just so happened to be the lucky individual who was chosen on the roulette table. Yeah, no, it's some whack shit, I'll tell you what. But due to it, I've come out a better man, stronger individual. And I'm not gonna... I mean, It's a fairly recent ordeal, which is why I've talked about it for so long. Because I'm just now telling this to you guys. But I've been holding that back for a while, and I was like, God, should I even mention this? I don't think you guys want to hear me listening to me yapping about that, but yeah. All right, guys. Well, anyway, coin toss getting ready to happen here. We're getting ready to actually get the game started. I promise I won't yap about it any further. Maybe during commercial breaks, but you won't hear me go on that full-fledged rant about it. What did that even? Oh yeah, it's Damon Williams. Yeah. Damon Williams and Loyal. Washington gonna find out about that. Some personal events have come at a very inconvenient time, so I'm required to cancel tonight's live stream for the Arkansas game. That's what I said. Oh, well, I wasn't wrong. Personal events did indeed come up at a very, very inconvenient time. Indiana won the toss. Yes, they did. So it looks like Oregon is getting ready to receive. I mentioned Nico. We got a Squidtard lore drop. How's it not started yet? These games always start 15, 20-something minutes past when they're supposed to. They say 7:30, but it's 7:30 when they come out on the field, not when the game starts. I've been single for like 15 years, so it can definitely be worse. Hey, all the power to you. Being single, I'm going to say this, being single and being by yourself is infinitely times better than being in a toxic relationship. By far, not even close. So, all the power to you. Stay single until you find the right one. Don't rush into this shit. That's another thing. Don't rush into it. Just because somebody tells you that they love you or something like that, don't believe it until you actually know them. Remember that. Anyway, here we go. Indiana is getting ready to kick off to the Duckies here. We're finally going to get this game started. The ball is kicked. It's going to be received at the 5-yard line. Taking this for the return. And not much of a return. He's taken down around the 18-yard line. Good hit there by Baldwin. It is going to be 1st and 10 for Oregon around the 18-yard line. Yeah, that's why I like Joey Aguilar so much. He's loyal. Joey Aguilar knows what's up. The Twitch chat is, huh? I don't see the Twitch chat in the screen there, but I at least see it on mine. So if anybody's on Twitch, I'll be listening. But yeah, that was a big hit right there to start out. So now we're gonna get to see what Dante Moore can do, but he's gonna have a little bit more yardage to go. We've got a man down for the Hoosiers after the hit. So not a good way to start. I was hoping for an injury-free game, and in one play we've already got somebody on the ground. He is up, though. He's walking it off. That's good news. Very, very good news. Maybe you can date Joey Aguilar. No, but whoever does date Aguilar is getting a good one. If he's loyal enough to stay at Tennessee, I mean, there's your pick right there. All right, well, here we go. Ball is moved to the 20-yard line, so Oregon catching a little bit of a break right there. That probably should have been spotted around the 18. Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Duckies. Bunch formation here on 1st and 10. Takes the snap. Dante Moore, the direct snap. Back to throw. Outside shot, which is picked off and intercepted all the way home. Disaster off the bat. Pick 6, Indiana. Dog. It's been 10 seconds. You mean you can't survive for 10 seconds? Are you shitting me? Really? 10 seconds in. Oh, no. D'Angelo Pons ripped that straight out of the hands of the Oregon receiver, and it goes home for a Hoosier touchdown. 10 seconds in, and Indiana's already taken the lead 6-0, and they get the ball in the second half to start. Here's the extra point. Up and good. 7-0 ball game off the bat. Indiana scores on play number 1. And they were on defense. How should I do Oregon DuckTales this time, I wonder?
All right!
It's insane. I win. Google me. Unbelievable. Phoenix, thank you very much for being a soldier of Tardarien for 2 months. Says, what's up, Squid? Hope you're doing well. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tuned in at a great time. Just missed my rant on something completely unrelated to football. and then you missed the thing that came afterwards, the pick 6. Yeah, thanks for coming out, Ducks. Literally took you 11 seconds to fall off a cliff. Now they're playing like they won a national championship. This kickoff goes out of the end zone for a touchback. So now Oregon will start from the 25-yard line. And I'd have to say Dante Moore's probably a little bit rattled after that one. Just a teensy-weensy bit. How's Indiana already winning? Dante Moore threw a pick 6 on play number 1. Literally, and it wasn't even like he took a shot either. It's like it was basically a dump-off throw that he made. Well, here we go. Oregon back out on the field on offense. 1st and 10. Trying to remove what the pick 6 was. They're going to go with the halfback toss to start. The defense surrounds him. He is able to get about 5 yards. Decent little run there by Hill. And it's going to be 2nd down and 5. That was unbelievable. Ripped that straight out of his hands. 2nd and 6 for the Ducks. Bunch formation once again. Takes the handoff. There's a run on the outside. Got some good blocking. Stiff arms a man as he gets the 1st down all the way to around the 36-yard line. Good run there by Hill. That's Jay Harris actually. Jay Harris on the run gets a decent 7 yards, gets him all the way to the 36. It'll be 1st and 10 from there. He held onto his face mask for an uncomfortable amount of time. Kind of lucky to get away with that one. I'm going to say that. 1st and 10, 3 wide set here in the shotgun. Takes the handoff. Notes a play action. Throws a screen up the middle. Tripping. Now he's still running. Gets the 1st down all the way to the 48-yard line. Decent little run right there. Small pitch goes for about, 11 yards, maybe 12. Decent play right there by Harris. 1st and 10 for the Duckies, arriving at midfield. I wonder why they haven't given Noah Whittington the ball yet. Better yet, why don't they just give the running backs the ball? Somebody said earlier Dante Moore might be 2nd for quarterbacks in the NFL draft. Aye. Here's a handoff straight up the middle. Good for about 4 yards. 2nd down coming up. Thank you for letting me know my band music was on. I had no idea the band music was on. Good call, you guys. I can't believe that was on for as long as it was and nobody said anything. 2nd and 7, 4-man set, shotgun throws. Got a man open over the middle, incomplete. Had a man there wide open. Johnson was up in the air, threw it a little too high and not able to come down with it. Now it's going to be 3rd down and 7. Went right through his legs, no less. He had it. He went up like that to catch it, and then it just went right between his legs. Thankfully, it went under his legs and not right there, hitting the ding-dongs, hitting the mini duckies. 3rd down and 7, lined up in the bunch formation. 2 receivers lined up to the right. Now 3 wide set. 4 wide now. Takes the snap. They surround him. He's able to get the pass off over the middle. Slant route complete. Gets the 1st down all the way to the 40-yard line. Another 1st down for the Duckies. Now they've got movement. Look, yeah, I like the band music. I'll leave it. I'll leave it like noticeably on, but like quiet enough to where you can hear me pretty well at least. I love how I was doing that full-fledged rant about me getting cheated on and the band music was playing. That's hilarious. 1st and 10, 3 receivers lined up. Run play up in the middle, able to break the 1st tackle, can't break the 2nd, down after getting 3 yards. Another good run there by Harris. Still no sign of Whittington. All right. 2nd down and 7 now. 11 minutes left to go in the 1st quarter. Oregon taking their sweet time to get down the field. Nothing explosive as of yet, but they're going to try and get it. I know that for a fact. 3 guys in the back. Takes the snap. Here's a handoff. Directly up the middle. Got a good push out of this one. Good enough for 5 yards. It'd be third and about 2. Duckies trying to establish this run game. Or, moreover, they don't necessarily have a choice as they're scared to let Dante Moore sling it now. One of those 2 things is true. You can make the pick on that regard. 3rd down and 3 coming up. Go to the huddle, get ready to start. Movement up on the line. Dante Moore takes the snap, back to throw, looking. Pressure gets to him. He's able to get the pass off, and it is complete for a 1st down. Got Jay Harris over the middle. Nothing too fancy. Gets about 5 yards out of that one. Good enough, though, for the 1st down. Off of the delayed throw up the middle right there. Nothing too fancy. Again, just a little hitch route. But it did the work for him. I still love how Indiana has run a total of 0 plays and they're up 7-0 right now. 1st and 10 for the Duckies here. It's going to be a handoff. No, it's a run by Moore up the gut, who gets about 6, maybe 5, around 5 or 6 yards on that run. Design read option play. Decent one right there. They're doing everything they can to avoid passing the ball, and I can't necessarily blame them. After what I just saw, I don't blame them for not wanting to take any risk. What I saw on that first play was literally what you'd expect out of Carson Beck in a game like this. Here we go now, 2nd and 4. From around the 23-yard line. Bunch formation again. Delayed handoff, play action. Throws on the outside. Got his man for a 1st down out around the 17-yard line. Just enough to get it. Found Keon Sadiq over the middle, and he was able to connect to him. Oregon's got decent receivers. That's one thing they've got going for them. All right, well, here we go. 1st and 10. Funny, Will Stein's still there. Kind of forgot about that part. I know he was still going to be there up until they win the Natty or get close to the Natty or wherever they go. But, yeah. Whistles are blown. Looks like Indiana is going to burn their first time out. Interesting decision by Signetti to go ahead and burn it this quick. But If you can hold them to 3 right here, they're in a pretty good spot. Texas commercial. Barry Arthur, you're a funny dude. Much appreciated. Lil Bats, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says belt to ass is coming in hot. Sig is sending a message. The message received. Don't make this too brutal. Anyway, I forgot the Squiddy. I forgot to hit the Squiddy. I hit that. I hit that goal again. I don't know if you guys saw, but we're past the 250 threshold. If we manage to get to 500 in super chats tonight, I will switch this mustard costume out for the hot dog one. Because I've got the hot dog costume in the back, in the closet there. I'll go in there and get it for you guys and wear that through the rest of the stream when we make it to that goal. Ooh. 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 Heading to the Gator basketball game tomorrow to watch Florida smoke Tennessee, right, Squiddy? Boy, I sure do wish I could go, but no, I am not in attendance for that. Ooh. I unfortunately will not have the time. Turn on these lights. There we go. That's better. Let's see. I want to do something. I think I can switch out these lights or the color of them. Ooh, that's nice. It looks blue on the camera. That's funny. Let's see. So that'd be red for Indiana and then green for Oregon. I can also switch these lights like that. Oof, heck-um. I don't know if I want that. Ay. What are you doing? Nothing important. The mustard costume is already on. I'm just continuing off from where I left the last stream. Honestly, because it would be funny to wear the hot dog costume tonight. There's so much red. When did all these fans appear? Majority of them have been in the ether and have basically hopped on the bandwagon. There were Indiana fans before, but they were like silent. You didn't hear from them because they were too ashamed to show it. Anyway, here comes Oregon on 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line in the bunch. Takes the handoff to Harris up the middle, and a bunch of Hoosiers around and way behind the line, backed up at the 20. It is going to be around second and 13 or 2nd and 12. Miami back for real. Miami been back. I don't think Miami was projected to make it much further than where they were last year. There were people who were thinking that they could make the playoffs, but part of that was due to the fact that the ACC was just as terrible as they've been, and everybody was high on Clemson. And obviously that fell off a cliff too. Line up in the shotgun now in 2nd down. Here's Dante Moore in a play action, looking all day to throw. Now he finally gets it off. He's got a man. No, well overthrown. It's going to be 3rd and 12. Dyer Hill, he beat his man. He was open on the go route. Was not able to hit him, though. And it's going to be 3rd down and 12. Just threw it way too high. Time of possession for Indiana. A whopping double zeros. So this ain't good. Obviously not a great situation for the Duckies to be in, but they might, if they can get something here, who knows. And the 4-man set, taking a shot, end zone, and he's got it! Touchdown! Touchdown, Oregon. Jamari Johnson, first reception of the day, is a touchdown one. And the Duckies, pending the extra point, are going to tie this ball game up. They have life again. Whew. Boy, Yeah, no, that was a good drive. 14 plays, 75 yards, 7 minutes off the clock. That was about as close to a Miami drive as you can get, but Oregon able to capitalize on it. And here we go. Here's the extra point to make it a tied ball game. Lining up for it. Still lining up. Now here it comes. It's up and it's good. There you go. Tie ball game here in the Peach Bowl. 7 apiece. Great play right there by Oregon. Keeps them alive in this one. Now we'll get to finally see a taste of that Indiana offense, pending they don't like fumble the ball in special teams or something. Oh yeah, no. It was funny to say it was over, but you throw a pick six on the very first play from scrimmage, and your odds of doing much of anything significantly go down. But hey, this is why they made it this far. They made it as far as they did for a reason. So. I don't know what Dante Moore was throwing on that first play, but if he plays like that throughout the rest of the game, they should be fine. Thank you, Squid, for bringing the game to us. No problem. Thank you for watching. I'm just a guy who likes to talk about football. There ain't much else to it. Who do you have planned for the Clown of the Year video? That would be the Penn State Nittany Lions, of course. Penn State is your official clown of the 2025 season. What I've got to do, though, is I've just got to make the video for him. But yeah, no, that was voted on by you guys. But yeah, no, this should be a really fun game to watch. I don't really see it being anything short of that. Oh, I was like, they were showing a playoff commercial and they showed Clemson up on the screen. I was like, what? Clemson? What the hell are they doing? But they're showing the previous. Now I see it, and they're showing the previous national champions and stuff like that. That makes a lot more sense. I feel a little better about myself knowing I don't have to see Kirby Mouse wielding that trophy. Which college football team can beat an NFL team realistically? A whopping percentage of 0. You line up an all-star squad from college filled with the best players in every single team in college against the worst NFL team you can think of. The NFL team's going to win by at least 5 touchdowns. I'm an LSU fan. What's Tennessee's future? Not great. Not great. A lot of that depends on whichever guy we get out of the quarterback transfer portal. And I thought it might have been Sam Levitt, but if it's Prebula, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Here's the kickoff. Back to Indiana. This one goes into the end zone for a touchback. Hoosiers will start at the 25. Between UCLA and the Lowell Jets, I don't know who was worse this year. UMass. Lane Kiffin deserves Coaching Clown of the Year award. Oh, well, he was on there. He was on Clown of the Season. He was a finalist. Here we go. First play from scrimmage, going to be a run play directly up the middle. Not much given there. Ducky offense swarms him after about 2 yards. First play for the Hoosiers. Run play. I think they might even. I don't even think they'll give him that. I think they're going to give him a yard. So 2nd down and 9 coming up from the 26-yard line. Mendoza in the backfield, along with Hemby, takes the snap, back to throwing a direct snap, gets it off, caught. A little pitch play, good for about 5 yards maybe. Not much more than that, and it's going to be third down about 4. That was a risky pass play. There was an Oregon defender in sight. If he had put his hands up just a moment sooner, he would have batted it away, or worst case scenario, picked it off. 3rd and 4. Indiana trying to prevent a quick 3 and out. 4 wide set for Mendoza. Takes the direct snap. Looking. They're bringing all kinds of pressure. He does get it off. Got a man who catches it. It is caught past the 50-yard line. Gets out of bounds around the 46. Who else but Elijah Sarek came through in the clutch several times throughout their playoff run, and they'll do it again here. Holy hell, what a catch. And he was fully covered. Odegwu had him. He had him, but he was still able to make the play. So here we go from the 46 of Oregon. Run play, directly up the gut. Good push, good enough for about 4 yards. 2nd down and 6. Yeah, that was 23 yards on that last catch. Gonna be hard to slow down this Hoosier passing game if they were able to make catches like that. Just wait to see what happens until he throws it to Charlie Becker, and then they're gonna find out they're really cooked. Here we go, 2nd and 6. Becker in motion. Whistles are thrown, and it looks like a false start. Yep. Where's my ref ball noodle? False start on Indiana. Gonna move them back 5 yards. It'll now be a 2nd and long. Here it is. Whee! Woohoo! And this is why we don't do that. 2nd and 11. 3 wide set for Indiana. Takes the snap. Mendoza. Going to be a handoff directly to Hemby. Another decent run right there. Decent push. Still moving. Trying to get the rest of the yardage. Won't get there. He's going to be about 4 yards short of where he needs to be. But all things considered, that was Keelan Black on the run. Really good run. I thought it was Hemby taking that one, but it was instead Keelan Black. Really good push right there. And that's part of what makes this Hoosier team so dangerous, is that they actually have a dual threat running back system. Mendoza can run, and then they've got 2 running backs who are both good at manpower. Here we go. 3rd and 4. Mendoza, direct snap, throwing on the outside. He's got his man, easy 1st down. Moving past the 40, and the drive shall continue. Nothing more than a little hitch route to the outside. Perfectly executed, and it'll keep the drive moving. Here we go. 1st and 10. Another handoff play. Good push and a good jump play to get about 6 yards. Gets past the 30 into field goal range for the Hoosiers. Now in around the 28-yard line on 2nd down. Little different motion here by Indiana. They aren't being nearly as aggressive as they were against Alabama. Not that they necessarily were all that aggressive to start. But they're not keeping that level of energy. However, they are moving down the field at some capacity. Here comes a 2nd and 4 from the 29. Takes a snap, handoff, another one. Pushed up the gut, another great run. Past the 20, stopped around the 18-yard line. This one taken by Hemby, and it's another decent run right there. Be 1st and 10 Hoosiers in the red zone. Why in the world is Dan Lanning celebrating? He was like this. Brother, do you not see where you are? What is that about? That was weird. Okay, anyway. 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. In motion, takes the handoff. This is going to be another Hemby run on the outside. He's got some good protection. Still running, still in bounds. I don't think he got there. However, it is going to be good enough for a first down. It's going to be 1st and goal, Indiana. Inside the 10, it looks like. Sort of depends on where he was spotted out of bounds, but this is a first down. I know that for a fact. Let's see where his foot goes out. Looks like he's pushed out around the 7. So it's going to be 1st and goal around that yard line. They've got 4 downs to get it in the end zone and take the lead that way. Defense for Oregon in motion. It's all right, back in motion. Now he takes the handoff up the middle. Oregon swarms him, and that's going to be a loss. Hemby taken back about 2 or 3 yards on the play, and it's going to be second and goal, backed up around the 10 or 11. Ay. They're milking this clock, though. We're already about to hit the end of the first quarter. Hoosiers try to do exactly what Oregon did and manifest their run game to get things going here. Down to less than a minute left in the first quarter. 2nd and goal. Backed up at around the 9-yard line. Bunch formation, 2 receivers lined up to the left. Takes the snap, Mendoza throws, shot to the end zone, wide open man on the outside. He was able to hit it towards the sideline, and it's an easy Indiana touchdown. Omar Cooper all alone in the end zone. Oregon was not able to keep up with him, and the Hoosiers retake the lead up 13-7 now. And much else you can say about that? Another great methodical drive. This time by the Hoosiers. Oregon did that just earlier. Now it's Indiana responded to perfection. Here's the extra point to make it a 7-point game. Which is up, and it is good. There you go. 14-7. 40 seconds left in the first quarter. Hoosiers back on top. Fernando Mendoza with a perfectly thrown dime to Cooper. And he just continues his Heisman run as if he needed to anymore. You know what I'm saying? Crazy, stunning revelation even. Touchdown! Wow! A lot of people have begun to dislike Gus Johnson because he screams a lot, and to me, and this is the comparison I make. Like, yeah, sure, him and the raw emotion he brings to every game is a little off-putting in some cases, but it's a whole lot better than anything like Joe Buck. What would you guys rather have? Would you guys rather have that, or would you rather have the alternative, that being Joe Buck, where it's caught in the end zone, touchdown, Indiana. Wow, that was a great Heisman moment right there. Wow. You get what I'm saying. This game seems way more offensive than when they met in October, and that's how it's going to be. These are two teams that have found their peak at the end of the year, because to me, I think Oregon and Indiana were both playing they were playing worse football earlier this year than they are playing now. We are seeing both of these teams at their peak, and they're showing it on the field right now. I'm from South Carolina and an LSU fan. I do love Big Ten ball, though. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It's a very entertaining conference, especially when you get to the point where the top two Goliaths are meeting each other to play the national championship. Yeah, this is like back in the BCS days. Remember in the BCS where the Big Ten championship or a conference championship would be the thing or decide whether or not you're going to the national championship? Yeah, this is what this feels like. First quarter outscored the entirety of the Gator Bowl. Feel that one. Don't forget that first round playoff game in College Station. All it took was one quarter, and they outscored that. Now here's a guy, he's just special, Yeah. Honestly, that last play by Mendoza, yeah, I don't know. It looked a little Mahomey. I'll take Joe Buck over Gary Danielson, period. Well, good news for you. You don't have to take anybody over Gary Danielson because he's retired now. His last game was the Sun Bowl. He is retired along with Vern Lundquist, and we'll be joining him in the CBS retirement home. I totally forgot about Beth Mullins. I'm being completely honest with you. Anyway, here's the kickoff. This one sails all the way past the end zone for a touchback. So, Duckies will need to find their response. Now it's their time. It would be crazy. I mean, it would be crazy for Oregon to win this ball game throwing a pick six on the very first play from scrimmage. Not many teams take a hit like that and then come back out swinging. Especially against the number one team in the country. All right, well, here we go. 1st and 10. Bunch formation, 3 receivers to the right. Takes the handoff, got some blockers in front. Not enough, though, to get more than 4 yards. Decent little run there, all things considered by Harris. Now it's going to be 2nd down. Might have been looking at the last play in the first quarter. Or might be looking at it because they're still on the field. Taking their sweet time, getting ready for the huddle. This will be your final play of the first. Line up in the shotgun. Man moving in motion. Now 4 wide set. Moving up on the line. Here's Dante Moore getting ready to take the snap. And whistles are blown before the end. So we don't even get the snap. We don't even get that final play. They just end it directly off of that. And it's going to be the end of the first quarter. Hoosiers on top 14-7 when we enter the second. But Oregon potentially driving down the field, pending they actually do something here. I guess we're due to find out. Mendoza's proving why he won the Heisman. The sky is blue. Been blue. Never not been blue. Except when it's not. Yeah, it's going to be weird. I don't know who they're going to pick up to replace Gary over on CBS. But, I mean, you're talking about a guy who's, watched most college football games through CBS. Because that's where the SEC was. SEC on CBS, that was, for the longest time, that was where most of the football games that I watched were on. So it's super weird going from that to ABC, and now you got Fowler and Herbstreit, which I don't mind, except for the curse that they put on our team. But I know it's going to be extra weird to go in listening to CBS coverage and then not hearing Gary Danielson, Glaze, Alabama. That's going to be odd. Charles Davis, decent replacement, yeah. Vern's called the kick six, lives rent-free in my head. Yeah, no, the kick six, everything from the kick six could live rent-free in somebody's head, including this. Hold on, give it a second. Stream Deck's lagging. Give it a second, it'll load. Give it a minute.
Auburn's gonna win the football
There
game.
we go. Yay, hooray. Oh, there's the Twitch chat. Now finally shows up. Yay, hooray. Alutron coming in the clutch over there as per the usual. Breaking news, Notre Dame will play in the Natty because hypothetically they would win against all the remaining teams. I've already seen it. The good news about Miami making it all the way to the end is that Notre Dame fans don't have an excuse. They know that they would have been first or second round exits had they been in. They would have been lucky to make it past the first round. It's just the reality of the situation. Yeah, I grew up on Gary and Vern too. It was weird once he finally retired. That took a minute to get used to. But I mean, whenever I stream with you guys, I never actually hear the commentary. I mean, even now, I can't listen to any of the commentary because if I had the audio on, obviously YouTube would have a problem with that. Yeah, Rod Bramblett. Yeah, he was really good. I remember when he passed a while back. What a, he was a great commentator, and then I remember going back listening to all of John Ward's coverage on Tennessee games. Probably one of the most well known commentators in college football. Here we go. Second down and 6 for the Duckies. Now back out on offense at the 29-yard line. Bunch formation. It's going to be a handoff again up the middle. Decent push. Gets about 4, maybe 5 yards out of that one. We're going to be looking at a 3rd and short. Cats aren't under my bed, right? Doesn't look like it. Okay. I had to make sure. All right, well, here we go. 3rd down and 2. Are they going to do another run play here? They've got Harris in the backfield all alone with Dante Moore. 2 receivers to the right. Here goes Harris up the middle, and Indiana saw it coming because he's way back behind the line. They surrounded him, and he loses 3, and it's going to be 4th down Oregon. They all saw it coming, and they beat the line instantly, and it's going to be 4th and 5. Boy, I don't know. Yeah, not the best play call. I get what they were doing. They were trying to establish the man ball. That just was not going to work out on that play. Well, here we go. Duckies punting back at the 20. We're going to have to give this back to Indiana. Here's the punt. Nearly blocked, but he does get it off. Takes a good roll, and it's stopped around the 18. So Indiana will start from that yard line on their next drive. And if they take a 2-score lead in this situation, it's going to put the Duckies in a very, very bad situation. But they've been in worse. Remember that one time they threw a pick 6 to start on the first play from the line of scrimmage? I do. What are your opinions on the Pac-Man Festival and Crossworlds? I don't know. I don't have any necessary opinions. I haven't even seen the map yet. But I will be playing tomorrow on stream, probably around like maybe 3-4 o'clock. I'll be playing that, and then I'll be streaming over here for the Tardaria Dynasty, or at least just showing you guys some of the stuff that I've got for it. I'll be streaming that come tomorrow. Indiana has future vision. Less than that, I mean, it's everybody. I knew they were going to run up the middle. I think everybody knew that was getting ready to happen. I'll tell you what, it was not hard to predict that. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Just checking on the news and the college football slate, because you got to keep tabs on things now on Twitter, because you never know when some big news in the portal is going to break. I'm still waiting for the announcement of us trying to pick up Prebula. Austin Mack signed a deal to return to Alabama. That news just dropped. Kalen DeBozo might have himself a really good quarterback. He looked good. He actually looked pretty good against Indiana. They kind of threw him to the Wolves in that game, and he had a couple of really good drives. Chandler Morris denied his 7th year of eligibility. Good. And I know Trinidad Chandler's got denied his 6th year. We don't need to be seeing any more 30-year-olds in the playoffs. We're well past the COVID year at this point. We've got true freshmen that were from the COVID year coming in and still playing in college. You're like, come on, move on. You're either good enough to go to the NFL or you're not. Lane Kiffin out there chasing Sam Levitt city by city. Well, the options are running out. The possible options that they had are running thinner and thinner as time goes on. So they really don't have many more options of what they've got. Question for you, Squid. Do you prefer Mike Keith or Bob Kessling? From what I've listened to with Mike Keith, he is absolutely a better commentator overall. Mike Keith, I mean, he's the better commentator. Bob Kessling he's way more nostalgic to me since I grew up with him, but I do think Keith is the better commentator. Handoff straight up the middle for Indiana on first down. Nothing given there. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Yeah, college football is just like the dating scene now. Everybody you date has got a second or third option. It's tragic. Here we go, 2nd and 10. Keelan Black in the backfield in motion. Now he takes the handoff. Not much of a push, as there were no linemen around him to get him one, but he will get at least 2, maybe 3 yards. They'll be looking at around a 3rd and 7 now. Oregon getting a 3 and out here would be huge for them because they need it. If their defense starts caving, that's going to be a really bad place to be because they're a defensive-heavy team. Oregon might be bringing a blitz here on 3rd and 8, and they will. Takes the snap, trying to roll the pocket. Mendoza is going to run for himself, break past the tackle, gets the first down, still moving. Past the 35 all the way to the 39. Fernando Mendoza showing that dual threat ability. It's why he's one of the most electric quarterbacks here in the country. They're going to spot him out around probably the 37 maybe. I don't see him getting much more than that. 1st and 10, they spot him out around the 41 actually. Wow. That's a lot of leg room right there. Keelan Black on a run up the middle gets about 5 yards, but a flag comes in after the play. Might be a holding call. What is ref ball drawn up this time? Wow. Illegal block below the waist on Oregon. Obadegwu called with the penalty. That's a free 15 yards for Indiana on top of what they've already got. You might as well just go ahead and give him the touchdown at this point. I don't know about that one. He didn't even hit his waist, but it's a tough penalty to call, but if there was a place to call it, I guess that's a fair place to do so. All right, well, here we go. 1st and 10. First penalty of the night for the Duckies gets Indiana all the way to the 40-yard line. Keelan Black up the middle, good for about 3 yards. 2nd down and 7 coming up. Wow, this is very relevant this is very relevant to what the game here. They're showing Mendoza's LinkedIn profile. Very relevant to what we're looking at here. I don't think he's going to go to the draft. Have no faith in him. And here on a 4-wide set, ball's tipped and nearly intercepted. Great play by the D lineman. Mendoza's pass is tipped at the line, and it's going to be 3rd and 7. Bryce Botcher with a really good play right there. He was the one who tipped that pass, and it's going to be 3rd and 7. Stop him here, and it mitigates a lot of the damage. Holds Indiana to, at bare minimum, a punt, but more likely a field goal attempt. from the 37, takes the snap. Mendoza looks. They got pressure on the edge. Mendoza doesn't see it coming. The ball slips loose. He catches his own pass, still running out of the pocket, and then finally down all the way back at his own 43-yard line. Disastrous third down attempt right there by Indiana, and there goes that field goal attempt that I talked about earlier. Now they've got no choice but to punt. My goodness, what a play. You don't see that very often. Mendoza basically caught his own pass, tries to run back to do something with it, and he can't. Nowhere close. Ashton Porter got in there and made a hell of a play. Here's the punt all the way back from the 30, sailing past the 10, and this one's going to be returned from around the 6. Good blocking, not good enough, though, to get more than maybe 8 or so yards. Going to be starting way back from where you otherwise would have been. But if nothing else, you've got that going for it. I would have just let the ball roll. That's what I would have done. You were inside the 10. I would have just let it roll. Because now you're starting from the 16 or something as compared to the 20. But, oh well. Not much of a difference in hindsight. Yeah, I talked about Indiana getting the touchdown, and then I said something about the field goal. That's what screwed him over. It's always Squidtard's fault. Don't forget that. Somebody's going to message Mendoza on that LinkedIn now, telling him what the hell is that. They're going to message him over on his LinkedIn page. Still a lot of ball left. Oh, of course. This is only a one-score game. This is anybody's game. Until Indiana goes into the fourth quarter with a 5-touchdown lead like they did against Alabama, this thing is literally far from over. All right. All they need to do is beat themselves, and Oregon's right back in this thing. All right. Oh yeah, don't forget it's always ESPN's fault too, and the SEC's. That also. Well, apparently we're getting this news just dropped. Apparently we're getting an official message about the future of Joey Aguilar in Knoxville on Monday. So I'll be sure to talk about that one on the FBS report. But I think the news is pretty obvious. He's either declaring for the draft or he's graduating. Whatever the deal is, they're not going to let him stay another year in Knoxville. If that was the plan all along, we wouldn't be searching for a quarterback. We wouldn't be searching for a quarterback in the transfer portal right now. No, Notre Dame is one of the ones blaming ESPN and SEC and whatever else they can blame. Also atheism, too. Don't forget that. Why in the world does Oregon have the ball? You should see what Mendoza did. That should tell you everything you need to know. He caught a reception to himself for about negative 20 yards on third down. That's what did it. 1st and 10 here for the Duckies at the 13-yard line. Screenplay potentially fumbled. If this one's thrown, I don't know about this one. Are they ruling it an Indiana fumble or an Oregon fumble? Another disastrous turnover. Yep. Screenplay. Oh my goodness. Dante Moore having a legacy game right now. They're going to look at this again. He was trying to throw a bubble screen. The ball slips out of his hands as he's going back to throw it. There's no forward motion. That's not an incomplete pass. Yeah, the ball came out before the forward motion, so that's a fumble, and Indiana's going to have the ball at the dadgum 3-yard line. Another disastrous turnover that's going to give Indiana all the kinds of momentum. Oh my goodness. Well, basically just gave Indiana a free touchdown. Basically. We don't know. Here's first and goal. Mendoza, halfback toss to Keelan Black on the outside. Hurdles a man. Not quite there. He's going to go down, though, after gaining a yard, and it's going to be second and goal from the 2. If the Oregon defense somehow manages to get the stop here, that would be insane. Both teams have now run 19 plays after that one. I don't know who you blame for that, whether or not you blame Dante Moore or Dyer Hill. Anyway, here's second down, run play. This one punched directly up the middle, and he's short again. Another yard gain there, so it's now third and goal from the 1. If this is a trend, this means that this next play will go in the end zone, but that's if this is a trend. You best be locked in for this one. This is probably 4-down territory for Indiana. If they don't get this, I think they'll go for it. So here we go. They're 3 for 4 on third downs. They've only got a yard. But bunch formation. Hand out to Keelan Black. Easy. Got it this time. No struggle there. Punches his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Hoosiers. They now take a 2-touchdown lead thanks to the turnover. Basically, the Indiana defense has scored now 14 points for Indiana. Or at least that's pending on whether or not they hit the extra point. Here they go. They're lining up for it right now. Oregon's backing up, but here's the kick, and it's good. Got it. 21-7. Disastrous turnover leads to another Indiana touchdown. This is what I'm talking about. When you're a defensive heavyweight and your offense is trying to prepare for the clutch moments, that ain't how you do it. Also, why are we still doing bubble screens? Are we ever going to get past the point of realizing that the bubble screen is more of a liability than it is an advantage? Until these offenses realize that, they're not going to be a threat to anybody. Dante Moore legacy game. Pretty close to it. Dante Moore playing for the other team. Noah Lucas, thank you very much for the $5 super chat, says, I love the flip of the script of how the ACC has been the best in the playoffs and the SEC has been shit. Well, Miami's been the best in the playoffs. Let's not get it twisted here. Yes, the entire SEC is absolute dog water doo-doo ass. Cannot deny that. They had 5 teams in the playoffs, and all 5 of them couldn't even come close to making the national championship. So, yes, the entire ACC, or the SEC, donkey doo-doo, dog water doo-doo ass. That ain't the same for what's going on with the ACC. Let's not get it twisted here. Miami, leagues and bounds ahead of every other team in that conference. The second best team, Duke, the ACC champion, wasn't even good enough to make the playoffs. They got left out in favor of the Sun Belt. All right. So that should tell you everything you need to know. All right. Not actually a commie. What a name. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says, let me see. 2 goofy ass quarterback plays in a row. Ooh, we're spoiled. Yeah, no kidding. We are absolutely spoiled. Nathan Tucker, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says, such a hilarious turnover right there. Yeah, no, that was great. Slandor with the 2. Dante Moore already playing like he's on the Jets. Yeah, that's about as close as you can get to a butt fumble, so they've got the right idea. They've got that going for them, if nothing else. Oh, there we go. Oregon is just a Tennessee that played bad opponents. I couldn't figure out. I couldn't construct a more false statement than if I tried. Because you're saying that you're saying that Oregon has no defense. Is that what you're saying? Oregon's got one of the best defenses in the country, and they don't have dadgum JoJo Circus running the defense like we did this year. Here's the kickoff for the Hoosiers. Sales, this one looks like it's going to go out of bounds again, or in the end zone, excuse me, for another touchback. Duckies, with only one touchdown on the board, they've got 8:17 left to do something before the end of the half. Maybe mitigate some of the damage that they've caused themselves from self-mutilation, because they're running out of time to do so. Nathan Tucker, appreciate the 2, says, Jets secondary had 0 interceptions all year. Jets are so ass. Been known. You're not saying anything. You're not saying anything out of the blue or surprising to anybody. I'll tell you that much. Here's a handoff. Up the middle on first down. No gain on that one. Jay Harris. Not a single yard. Second down coming up. Yeah, here's something they mentioned. Noah Whittington was going to be a game-time decision for this game, and so far it doesn't look like he's coming in. 5 wide set on 2nd and 10. Dante Moore back to throw, gets the ball off. First down, Oregon, 15-yard gain right there on the slant route to Harris. And a pretty decent throw right there. But yeah, anyway, no, I don't think Noah Whittington is coming in. They mentioned before that he was going to be a game-time decision going into this one. And the fact that he is nowhere to be seen here early in the second quarter tells me all I need to know. Here's another handoff to Harris. Spins out a man after getting maybe 7 yards on that one. Decent run. Again, if you're able to score here, mitigate a lot of this damage, you can make this a game again. But from the way it looks, thanks to your own self-mutilation, Indiana's trying to run away with this one. Down to about half the clock left here in the second quarter. Under 7 minutes to go in the first half. They'll give you the 7 yards here. Now it's second down and 3. Line up in the spread once again. Now lined up in more bunches. Looks like this is going to be a man of motion. Takes the snap. Play action. Dante Moore, not a lot of time to throw, and down he goes. The edge gets to him again, and they're way back behind the line. That was a 2nd and 3, and now you're looking at a 3rd and long after that one. Bad sack. Bad sack. This Ducky offensive line is doing Dante Moore 0 favors. I think he held on to that one a little too long. Now 5 wide set here on 3rd and 12. Back to throw. They're bringing pressure again. Trying to escape. And down he goes again. They send the sun at him and they get him again. It's going to be 4th and long. They're going to have to give this ball back to Indiana. Every time they send the sun at this Oregon offensive line, they've got no counterbalance against it. Usually when they send a blitz consistently, you've got a play or two that you can use to beat a man in that situation. But if they give him more than a second to throw that football, they've got a man open downfield, but that did not happen. No luck there for the Duckies. So going to be 4th and 18. They're going to be punting all the way back inside the 20 to give this one back to Indiana. This one is punted, sails all the way to around the 25, and that's where it's returned. Decent return right here and down around the 39-yard line. So not only does Indiana come into this next drive with decent field position, but Oregon finds themselves still down two touchdowns. It ain't looking hot. Down to less than 5 minutes to go in the first half. I don't think I'll do another Oregon DuckTales video, but I'll have a plan in regards to that if they're getting out today. Choked a little bit. Woo! As an Indiana fan, Dante Moore got paid millions to throw. Sure did. Yep. Sure did. Weren't many other options in the portal at the time. Remember, he was a guy at UCLA. Dante Moore was originally a freshman at UCLA, hit the portal, went to Oregon, and tried to train him up to be an elite quarterback, but it hasn't turned out that way. Sig is going to walk to the 7th floor with a belt in hand. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what Carson Beck is going to... If this holds, obviously. Because Oregon could wake up and the defense can make some critical plays in the second half. Because it's still early. But if this holds, I'm interested to see what Carson Beck has got planned when going up against this insanely good Illinois defensive front, or Indiana defensive front. Yeah, I got the cursor raw. Well, when you're a poverty team like the New York Jets, the Lol Jets, yeah, you really, in reality, you ain't got much going for you in any capacity. How many more gambling odds are we going to see here on ESPN? They get mad at the gamblers, but here they are constantly promoting gambling sites. Make up your mind already. Yeah, Oregon's O-line has been getting harassed all night. Nothing's changed here. I mean, they've been getting dragged around the field up and down. They're going to have to find some major adjustments, otherwise they're going to become they're basically going to become duck food. They're going to be on Duck Dynasty. Still forget UCLA, USC, Washington, and Oregon are all in the Big Ten. Yeah, no, this is a Big Ten matchup here. Big Ten rematch, no less. All right, here we go. Back to throw. Mendoza on a read option. Takes the pass. Got his man first down. No, not first down. Got back to the line of scrimmage, though. So that's a start. 2nd down and 10. Called that one a little prematurely. They might get the first down here, though. So here we go, 2nd and 10. Sorry, the cough is messing with me a bit. Went down the wrong windpipe. Back to throw. Mendoza on a direct snap. Takes it on a one-on-one, and what a catch! Holy hell, Elijah Surratt with one of the greatest catches I've seen out of him. One-handed grab, and a flag comes in, and this is probably going to be on the defense. Yep. So, along with the catch, it's an additional 15 yards pass interference. Aye. Holy hell, man. What a catch. Actually, I think it works in college. They decline the penalty, so they just take the yards. Either way, though, what a catch by Surratt, and that keeps the drive moving. Now here's Mendoza rolling out of the pocket on 1st down. Plenty of time to think about it. Now throws late, got his man, And he gets about 9 yards out of that one. Not quite a first down, but close to it. Not looking hot right now. Not looking hot right now if you're Oregon. Because not only is your offense not doing much of anything, but now your defense is getting beat. And if Oregon wanted to come out on top in this one, their offense needed to come alive, and it just hasn't. They've been shooting themselves in the foot constantly. And here's a 2nd and 3. Mendoza on a play action. Throws deep. Got a man down there. Can he get him? And with the catch, I think he's got him. Yes! Throws to Charlie Becker in the end zone, and the beatdown commences. Oh my goodness. What a freaking catch by Charlie Becker. Oregon just cannot catch a break. This is turning into the Rose Bowl last year. Oregon is not getting anything going in their direction, and Indiana's got all the momentum. What a dadgum throw by Mendoza, and an even better catch by who else but Mr. Tight End himself. Coming in through the clutch, Mr. Charlie Becker. Here's the extra point. Up and good. Got it. 28-7 now. Indiana on top of the Duckies. They've got to find a slight. Oregon has got to find some sort of breath of life quick. Otherwise, they are literally going to get destroyed again. They've had a good run so far. Would be a shame to watch it go down like this. But holy hell, man. What a catch. And he was contested right there. He had his man keeping up with him the whole time. Brandon Finney was right there with him the entire way. Just Charlie Becker. The man of steel, the nerves of steel, went up to that man and said, I don't know what else you can do about it other than Google him maybe. Not looking good. Not looking good for the Duckies right now. They've got a lot to work on. But right now that mascot is heading straight back into the trash can. And they've got to figure out something here. 3:13 left to go in the first half. Need some breath of life, because remember, they don't get the ball to start the second half. Thanks to that pick six that they had, Indiana gets the ball to start the second half, and they might be down even worse before it's all said and done, but we'll find out. They've got some work to do to get there. Oh boy. I don't understand if you're Miami, how do you prepare for this? Well, I guess we're due to find out if this score holds. 1st and 10, Oregon needs some sort of breath of life here. Down by 3 touchdowns, 4 wide set. Gonna start out with a handoff up the middle. Good protection, gets a good 4 yards out of that one, maybe 5. They're gonna be looking at a 2nd and 5. Boy, maybe the Big 12 is tank conference this year. If Oregon beat Texas Tech this bad and now look at past Indiana, I don't know what they're going to do. 2nd down and 6, another 4 wide set again. Direct snap. Dante Moore looking. Down he goes again. Ball comes out. Ball comes out at the end, and Indiana might be on it. Good Lord, it's happening. It's happening, everybody. We're witnessing roasted duck. Another turnover for Oregon. The ball flies out. Indiana's on it. And with 2:32 left to go in the first half, Indiana's about to score on the Duckies again. They've got the ball around the 20. This is getting disastrous. Dante Moore has no protection. That ball slips out, right? He doesn't even make the forward motion. That's a strip sack. It just matters about who recovered it. All these design blitzes, this is how they got Alabama last week, is by doing that. All the design blitzes, switching around the linemen, that's exactly how they got them before. Here's Mendoza on the run. Breaks a tackle from a lineman. Dodges another man, still moving, finally taken down after about a gain of a yard. But to even gain a yard on that is pretty substantial. They had him back up behind the line. Clock goes down to what will probably end up being the 2-minute warning here on 2nd down and 9. And it'll take us to the, 2-minute warning. They're going to give him an extra yard out of that. 2nd and 8 coming after the 2-minute timeout. Dan Lanning, I don't know what you're going to do now to prepare for what that second half's going to be. Because think about it. They could potentially go up 35-0 here. Or 35-7. Forgot you scored a touchdown. 35-7. And then on top of that, the Hoosiers get the ball at the end of the second. At the end of this first half, they get it to start the second. Donald Duck getting melted. It's not saying much because I know Indiana has manifested their will on basically everybody that they've played. But this team right now is beating down everybody. They are beating down everybody. So if I'm Miami, it's going to be hard to prepare for this. It is. It's going to be tough. I think the defense, again, if this holds, which might be turning into when this holds sooner than later, I don't know, man. First off, let me read these for a second. Joseph Stalin, appreciate being a member. On Tardaria over 1 month, says Miami's got a monster coming to town. Cooked. Potentially so. Yeah, it's going to be hard to prepare for that. Lil Bats, been a soldier of Tardaria for 3 months. Thank you very much, good sir. Says, I smell crispy duck skin cooking. Somewhere along the lines of Duck Dynasty. Maybe Dane Lanning is just a horrible coach. Come on. Even you don't believe that. Who would you... Oh, no. See, here's the problem. Pending Oregon loses this game, their fans are going to be brainwashed into believing that Mario Cristobal is the better coach. Oh, boy. Boy, how down horrendous are they going to be realizing Mario Cristobal's in the Natty and they aren't? Nathan Tucker with the 2. Thank you, good sir. Says, ducks with crispy skin on the menu tonight. Belt to ass. And finally, somebody's using as it should be. Belt to ass is not winning off of a game-winning interception. Belt to ass is when you're doing stuff like this and just blowing out everybody that you play. Truxum been a soldier of Tardaria or captain of Tardaria for 2 months. Says, not gonna lie, roasted duck with plum sauce and vegetable lo mein sounds good right now. Whatever it is, something sounds delicious. I wish I had some roasted duck with me. Unfortunately, I don't have that. Alex Deep One, thank you very much for the 2. Says, Hoosier here enjoying the roasted ducks. Enjoying the roast ducks. Yeah, no, this is a whooping. I mean, to their credit, to Oregon's credit, they survived at least a little bit longer than they did in last year's Rose Bowl, but it ain't saying much. They've got Nick Saban on the sideline. They just showed Cignetti. You already know they're making... I can't even hear what they're saying, and I already know that they're making comparisons of those two. Anyway, on 2nd and 8, here's another handoff. Keelan Black, good push. Good enough for about 5 yards. It's going to be 3rd down and 4. Under 2 minutes left to go in this first half. And now the Duckies will use their first timeout on this 3rd down. They've already taken a significant chunk of damage. At this point, they've got an entire hole. They've got an entire giant cannon-sized hole over here in their stomach. So they've already taken a significant chunk of damage, but they're going to try and mitigate some of it by stopping Indiana here on 3rd down. God, I don't know, guys. I don't know. The way it looks, is this a sign of what's to be for this program, or is this just a flash in the pan type of thing with Curt Cignetti, where he just gets 2 lucky years and then falls off a cliff? Said that last year, though. Look what happened. We all thought Indiana was going to go back to being little old Indiana after last season. Boy, were we wrong. Here's 3rd down and 3. Takes the bubble screen on the outside. They're catching up to him, but not catching up to him soon enough. And down he goes inside the 10. Pons gets the 1st down for Indiana. It's going to be 1st and goal Hoosiers around the 7. So the timeout is a fruitless effort for Oregon. And now they're going to be looking at a 4-score deficit regardless, but they might be looking at a 4-touchdown one with minimal time left to go in the half. It might be a quick second half the way things are looking. I'll say that much. And as mid as Dante Morris played today, it's not even necessarily entirely his fault. His line has let him down tonight. They look, everybody on that line has got their head on a swivel. They don't know who they're blocking. They're just completely discombobulated. They look like a quarterback who's scrambling. All of their offensive linemen are sitting there going like, whoa, 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 whoa. They don't know what to do. And Oregon doesn't have any running backs that can block, which is making that situation all the worse. So here we go, 1st and goal. Mendoza trying to calm down the crowd. Standing here at around the 8-yard line. Bunch formation. Takes the handoff. Up the middle. Great push. Now almost there. Trying to push the rest of the way. The ball is going to be just short, it looks like. 7-yard gain. 2nd and goal all the way to the 1. Great run by Keelan Black, and he's going to be just short. Clock will go down. 90 seconds left to go in this 1st half. And they've only got 66 rushing yards, and they're about to go up by 4 touchdowns. They're about to score 35 points. It's what it's looking like. Pending they get this play right here. We'll see. I formation on 2nd and goal. Handoff at the toss play to Keelan Black up the middle. Nothing given there. The Duckies surround him, and that's going to be a loss. Not a big loss, but a loss. So that's a big win for the Duckies. They're on 2nd down. But now it's 3rd and goal. Timeouts called. Whistles are blown. Oregon uses their final timeout on 3rd and goal with a minute left to go in the 1st half. The way this one is, though, it might. I don't know. This might already be over. All right, well, if Lanning is able to get the stop here, make this 31-7, it makes the situation at least a little bit better, but not by much. You're talking about a 4-point difference there when you're already down by 21. Yeah, this game might make Dante Moore stay for next year. I doubt it. I think he's going to declare, but we'll see. You might be onto something. 3rd and goal, backed up at around the 3. 4 wide set for the Hoosiers. Mendoza takes the snap. Screen throw to the outside. It's a little pitch play, and I think he rolls in for the touchdown. Yes, he does! Touchdown, Hoosiers. The beatdown just gets all the more worse. Elijah Sarrat wide open there on the quick passing play. And the beatdown just continues to get all the more worse. Might be time to go ahead and call it a day, Oregon. Might be time to call it. His knee was not down. Makes the catch. Rolls on into the end zone. That should be a Hoosier touchdown, and it's going to be 35-7 pending the extra point. Yeah, this is getting to Rose Bowl territory now. It's getting to that point. Which is a shame, too, because that first semifinal game was really good. I was hoping this would live up to that. But it's the Oregon way. Go in a rematch and then fall off a cliff and forget everything that made you successful in that first one. They're looking at the replay booth, though, to see here if maybe Indiana was short. And this is a big call here. They ruled it a touchdown. Got to be indisputable evidence to overturn it. It's all about where his bum was sitting. They might overturn that. Looks like the ruling is upheld. Yep. Touchdown, Hoosiers. They're going to stick with it. Not that it necessarily matters, but it does. 34-7. Here's the extra point. Getting ready to line up to take a now 28-point lead. And what's... I might as well start working on the get out video now. Good grief. Here it is. With a minute left, here's the extra point. Kick is up. It's good. Just like all the others. Not much else to it. Stop Mendoza. They're already dead. Literally. This is awful. What are we witnessing here? Elijah Sarrat with his 14th reception touchdown of the season. Tied for the most in the FBS. Ay, ay, ay. What have y'all become? Cocktails. Yeah, I know. Once again, now it's Signetti's turn to give you all the cocktails. What's crazy is that there's still 59 seconds of this, so I don't know what Oregon has planned, but if they're not careful, they might gift Indiana yet another touchdown. They've already gifted them 3. Literally more than half of Indiana's points have been off of turnovers. Here's the kickoff. This one, another one, goes well out of the end zone, touchback, and Duckies will start from the 25. Oh, yeah. But yeah, this is a hell of a beatdown we're witnessing right now. By the way, it's worth noting, Oregon, 59 seconds. They got if they want to score here and make it at least a little bit less of a deficit, they've got to go all the way down the field with 59 seconds, 75 yards, no timeouts to give. They've got some work to do. 1st and 10 for the Duckies. 4 wide set on first down. Takes the snap. Dante Moore back to throw. They're bringing pressure up on the line. He instantly rolls out. Got time. Throws deep down the left side or right side, but it's incomplete. Little too high on that one. A lot of coverage around him, and it's going to be 2nd and 10. As if there was going to be anything to give there. So lined up now at the 25-yard line. Another 4 wide set. I don't even know. I don't know why you just don't go 5 wide unless if you got him as a blocker. But he's not a good blocker. But he takes the snap. Pressure's all around him. Gets it off early. Got him in for a first down around the 40-yard line. Decent throw right there to Malik Benson. That's his what was his now 2nd reception of the day. Hasn't made a lot of noise so far, but at least he got the catch there. But clock will go down. They'll quickly snap. Dante Moore rolls out of the pocket. Flags are thrown. He's forced to throw this one out of bounds. This is probably going to be a hold. It came in midway through the play. It's just all a matter of who the hold is on. And they're going to call it on Oregon. 10-yard penalty pins him back just a little bit further. And now with 36 seconds to spare in the first half, they're looking at a 1st and 20 from around the 30 or from the 29. All right. Man down for the Hoosiers after the play. He's sitting down. Hate to see any sort of injuries in this game. Mikhail Kamara down for the Hoosiers. Fighting for a spot in the national championship, and once again for another year in a row, Oregon is just going to set up as a bye week for a true contender. I mean, you hate to see it, but this is what they do. First down and 20, lined up in the 4 wide set once again. Now got a wide receiver moving towards the middle. Takes the snap. Dante Moore back to throw. Not a lot of time to do so. Gets it off. Incomplete. Hits the ground before a receiver can get to it, and it's going to be 2nd and 20. Tried to get Jamari Johnson for a little hitch route, and he won't even get that. 2nd and 20 coming up. You might, I mean, I get trying to get the points here. At this point, you might as well just take a friggin' knee. What's there to lose? I mean, what's there to gain? You've still got to go 70 yards down the field. This is what Kentucky gets to look forward to, by the way. Will Stein. Back to throw. Moore takes a huge step back on a halfback screen. Got his receiver good enough to get him to the 43-yard line. That's at least a 13-yard gain, but that'll keep the clock rolling. 19 seconds. 17. They're not even trying to hustle down the field. They literally could not give less of a shit. 3rd and 7. Moore back to throw. Takes the shot over the middle. Got his man complete. Over the middle. It's going to set them up for what will likely be a Hail Mary attempt, but that's it. That's all they got. 6 seconds left on the clock. They're quickly trying to line up to get this thing off. At the 38, they spike the football, and with 3 seconds left to spare, they'll get one attempt to throw a Hail Mary for shits and giggles to see what happens. But literally, that's all they got. They've got nothing else going for them. Aye, man, this is a beatdown. They're actually going to let Atticus Sappington kick this field goal. This is a 56-yard field goal. They're going to dadgum kick the field goal over the Hail Mary. Down by 4 touchdowns. Final play. They get the snap off. The kick is up. And it is no good. Did not have enough leg on that one. Had the accuracy, but nowhere near the leg for it. And Oregon is going to take a 28-point deficit over the under the Indiana Hoosiers. So in other words, Indiana has taken complete control of this game. There really isn't much that Oregon can do right now. This is basically 25 Shades of the Rose Bowl all over again. Has Kirk Cignetti even cracked a smile yet, or is that coming in the 4th quarter once he's already got the win? We're waiting on that. Yeah, if they maintain most of their team next year, the Hoosiers could absolutely be a favorite to win it all again. All right, here we go. Let me read some of these super chats. Truxima, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Says, what's more legendary, a 2019 LSU run or a Bama-esque dynasty? If you're talking about Indiana, if you're talking about what's more legendary, this or 2019 LSU, absolutely this. Because this is from a team you'd absolutely in a million years never expect it from. I do think LSU's still the better team. Like, if both of these two teams played, I still think LSU would win. But this Indiana team is leagues and bounds better than anybody gave them credit for, and they are just blitzing through most of their competition. So, as far as I can tell, this is a legendary run right now for the Hoosiers, and it looks to be continuing. Sportball Talk You, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says this Indiana team might be up there with 2019 LSU. Could be. They're definitely they wouldn't get blown out. If they played 2019 LSU today, I don't think they'd get blown out. Yeah, I don't know what Dan Lanning's doing. These two coaches have completely different opposite emotions. The way both of these coaches look, you'd think Oregon was the one who's up by 28. I mean, it's crazy. Do you think Indiana's going to score 50 in this game? I doubt it, but they very well could. If this were a team like Ohio State in this position, I would be much more likely to say yes. But Indiana is they're a team that can run the ball down your throat and then continue to do so. Cignetti's got no problem with running up the score. We've seen him do it before, even against the top contenders in the country. He can absolutely keep that up. But yeah, I mean, to answer your question, Truxima, I think the way it looks, if Indiana had taken a fall off from last season and just sort of dived off a cliff to start this year, I would have been much more likely to say that last year was a flash in the pan and they just had one great year and then back to irrelevancy. But the way it looks, now that's the complete opposite scenario now. because let's be honest, this Indiana team overall played in a harder. They had a harder schedule than last year. Will look to be a worse team composite wise than last year, and they are projected to win. I think 8 or 7 games with the national media. More than last year, granted, but they were never in anyone's eyes. Nobody could have predicted this. There is not a single person out there, even the most diehard, blue-blooded, Homer Indiana fans, even they would never in a million years have guessed that something like this would have happened. Never. Yeah, this semifinal matchup is like what we get when Notre Dame is in the playoffs. It's like what we get when we have to see that poor sack of shit roll into the semifinals. More often than not, it always turns into a beatdown. James Stillinghouse, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Says Squidtard, the last time Texas Tech looked inept on offense, you have to go back to 2006 against TCU where they lost 12-3. Sucks to suck, red faders. That's what I'm saying. They finally have a good offense for once, but they had to trade their sanity for it. They had to trade the one good thing that they had. That's over now, in case you haven't realized. Boy, this is a little difficult to take in. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, this is a beat down. Hey, good news for Indiana. Looks like they're gonna cover. Looks like they're probably gonna cover the spread, you guys. For those of you degenerate gamblers who put any bets on Indiana to cover, good news. Looks like you're gonna get your wish. They might hit the over by their own. Truxamon, thank you very much for the 5. Says, please take this instead of Prize Picks because I would have bet Mendoza's little bro hitting 2 touchdowns in the second half to make it a Mendoza family affair. I don't know about 2 touchdowns. I could see him hitting 1. Because I think in order for Indiana to go ahead and put the first Mendoza out, I think they're gonna have to score again and prevent Oregon from doing so. Not impossible, I'll say that much, but they've got some work to do. But yeah, this is a beatdown. And sadly for the Duckies, a lot of it, just like in the Rose Bowl, more so now than before. A lot of the outcomes that we're seeing here has been due to themselves. They shot themselves in the foot with they had 3 turnovers. The Hoosiers have gotten more than half of their points off of those turnovers. The pick 6, the 2 fumbles. You take those away, and this is probably a much more competitive game. But a lot of that you got to give credit to. Indiana's defensive front. That and especially the coordination. That's the biggest surprise right now is how well that coordination is. All the design blitzes, because they aren't just sending these guys up and then they're breaking off of their linemen. No, these are design blitzes. They've got corners surrounding these guys. They've got them moving around in separate different directions. Looks like somebody's going to jump in coverage, and then they go running after the quarterback. These are really well-designed play calls, and it's what I would have wanted out of Tim Banks. I mean, if Tim Banks was calling the stuff like this, I would have been defending him till the end of time. But, of course, he wasn't. But this is a dominant force. A dominant force on both sides of the football, and it proves that if you want to win a championship, you've got to have both of that. And, well, we got a team that does. D-Word with the 5. Thank you very much, good sir. Says, do you know how hard it is to make me feel bad for Alabama? For me, it's impossible. These fans, these Alabama fans grew up in good times. It's about time you go ahead and face the wrath of losing to Florida State in the regular season, on top of getting blown out by 5 touchdowns against Indiana. And the way it looks right now, Oregon might get it worse. They're up by 4 touchdowns, and it's just the end of the first half. They get ball to start the second. Anyway, here's your Squiddy for you. Another one. Ooh. We're actually getting close, you guys. We are less than 200 away from our goal of 500. If we manage to get there, I'll put on the hot dog costume and I'll do the hot dog dance for added measure for you guys. Because you guys are the greatest fan base here on YouTube. For those of you guys that listened to my rant earlier about getting cheated on, you guys are the best. All right? Love y'all. Ooh. I might need to make this bigger because I guess you guys can't even see it. So what I could do, I've got a great idea, okay? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this over here. And then because I'm going to switch this up later anyway, so I don't care how necessarily fancy it looks, but this should make it a little bit easier to see. So that's how close we are to hitting our goal. Sucks to hear that. Hope you're doing somewhat well. I am. I appreciate it. I wouldn't take it back because stuff like that was going to make me a better man. Squid got cheated on. I'm crying. Yeah, no. We all go through it sometimes. What's worse, getting cheated on or losing this bad? My brain broke there for a second. I thought about answering that in a funny way, but that I couldn't even force myself to do that. Because the day that it happened and we beat Arkansas, I couldn't even like it beat me up pretty bad, dude. It was the first time, like, honestly, that Arkansas win, despite us beating the Piggies for the first time in like 20 years, it was the most forgettable win that I had in my entire lifetime. Because the entire day I was focused on something completely unrelated to that. And yeah, no, it stung. It stung me pretty bad. Christopher Berkner, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says 35-7 at halftime. This is deja vu for Oregon fans. Yep. Rose Bowl Part 2. Not much else to it. You got cheated on over the holidays? Fuck, dude. That's why I kind of feel like a jackass whenever I rant about stuff like that, is because I know people have gone through worse than what I did. Because in the grand scheme of things, as much as I was in love with this girl, this relationship only lasted for like a couple of months, and then it went poof. Now, going from, because I went from one of the highest highs that I've had in a long time to suddenly. And going from that, it'll take the air out of you. It'll take the wind out of your sails for a while, and that's what happened to me. But people have gone through worse than what I did. They've been, they had people cheat on them in multi-year-long relationships. That's far worse than anything I did. Imagine living in the same household as somebody who cheated on you. You know what I mean? I don't know if anybody here has gone through that. I hope that if you're in a situation like that, that you're able to get out of it. Because no, you don't deserve to be put through that. Nobody does. If you're with a partner who's a giant red flag to you, and they're not giving you your worth, then you need to get out of that situation. serious topic, silly costume. Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here in the mustard costume telling you about relationship statuses. Yeah, great time. At the end of the day, I mean, like, even me, as much, like, I never let this goes without saying, but I never let the fame get to me. I'm a human just as much as anybody else is on here. I make mistakes. I make stupid decisions. And one of those stupid decisions that I made was falling for somebody who I barely knew. And that led me down into a situation where I fell in love with somebody who necessarily didn't deserve it, who betrayed my trust, went on to go cheat on me with not just one, but at least 2 other people at once. There might be more. I don't know. I don't know all the details about it, but I at least know there was 2. There could have been more content creators involved. Hell if I know. Whatever the deal is with that, I you know, it's nothing I want to wrap my head around it and get into, because we're reaching the crux of the college football season. The last thing we need is to get in some relationship and YouTube drama in regards to somebody cheating. Like, we're getting ready for the national championship. That's the last thing we need. Yeah, this is a beatdown, Lugia. This is an absolute monstrous beatdown. Yeah, it was something I held back for a long time to you guys, and again, I'm not trying to gain any sort of sympathy, because part of this whole thing was my fault, falling for somebody like that and not seeing the red flags instantly, because I should have known better. I should have, falling for somebody who I didn't even know. And it's not like I didn't make an effort, because I would ask him and be like, hey, you know, we know each other for a while. I was thinking, you know, we live at least somewhat close to each other. I'd have to travel a few states down or up or wherever else, but we can make it happen. So why don't I come visit you and we can get to know each other? And then she was like, I don't know if I'm prepared for that. I don't know if that's something I want to do. I prefer to just keep it here online. There was so many red flags with this stuff, and I was too blinded by stupidity to witness it. And I feel like I should have known better, because here I am getting ready to get out of college, and I spent time worrying about this crap. No, it was ridiculous. It was insane. There were many other things. Most of it I don't want to get into, because you guys don't need to know it. There are things that I obviously have to keep secret on my regards. But that's the basic consensus of that situation. Yeah, no, it wasn't fun. Dumb gamers appreciate becoming a new member of Tardaria or celebrating 1 month of membership. Signetti might violate the 8th Amendment next week. Or the 7th floor. One of the two. Takes guts to talk about this on stream. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you very much. I feel like I wanted to keep it a secret. That's why I never told anybody about it. I mean, but it did. It caused me a lot of mental strain, because when you get cheated on by somebody you put all of your trust into, you know, you're obviously gonna feel some pain. You know, it's gonna hurt you. It is, and I was stupid enough to not know any better, falling in love with somebody who I barely even knew. So, I mean, there are people on here who have like casual relationships. You know, they're with multiple people at the same time, and their partners are okay with that. And in which case, you know, it's like, okay, so power to you. You know, if that's what you guys like in your relationship, is to have multiple people at the same time, you might get called the cuck for it, but I won't call you anything. I've got no reason to. Whatever fits best in your world, that's fine by me. But look, I made it abundantly clear when I first met her that was not about that. And I was, you know, I loved her. That's all I really loved, and I made that abundantly clear. And I was like, because we only know each other online, I have this concern that you might be seeing some other people. I know it's stupid. And she was like, no, nothing like that's ever happened. Nothing like that is happening. Bull. A big fat load of doo-doo right there. Yeah, no, once we got into the initial confrontation, the day that I found out, it's funny. She said she got mad at me because I told her like I felt used, since that's what that basically was. You used me. What else do you call that? To consciously know that you're cheating on somebody. They make it abundantly clear to you even before they find out that they're not okay with cheating, and they're worried that you might do it because of past relationships. And so that's what I said. But no, she got mad because I said that. And I'm like, how in the world are you trying to make yourself out to be the victim here? It doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't. So again, want to make it clear, and then we'll move on. It made me out to be a better person. The entire experience from top to bottom has made me out to be a better man for a future partner, to know better, to be the best man I can possibly be for whoever I meet in the future. Because we here's the thing. I'm a better man than I was in high school. I wouldn't date me in high school. I would be more likely to beat the shit out of myself than I would to date myself in high school. I'd say I'm a way better man because of those experiences, and the same goes for this. Even if none of this was my fault, or supposedly my fault, I do feel like it is, some of it at least, but where was I going with this? Yeah, no, I'm kind of having my head on a swivel right here, because the first time I'm telling you guys about it. But all that you need to know is that bad thing happened. Bad thing made me out to be a better man. I'm gonna learn from it. I'm gonna be a better person in the future. I sound like I'm the one who did something wrong. Sounds like every generic apology that you hear and for whenever there's some YouTuber drama. That six guy, thank you very much for sending me the $5 super chat. Thank you very much, good sir. Much appreciated. Says, are you planning on doing a chaotic guide to the national championship? More than likely, I will not have the time to do that. I'm going to be working on chaos all through this week, so I probably will not have the time for it. So there will, of course, there will be a postseason edition of the chaos, but there won't be anything like that. But thank you very much for the 5. This breakup will make you better for the right one. Big Mustard, you'll be all right. Thank you very much. She's a man-eater. Yeah, right. Does Miami have any true home field advantage in the Natty? It depends on how well Indiana travels, but they're literally playing at home for the national championship, so it's about as close to that as you can get. It's basically like if Ohio State was in a national championship like last year, and they were playing at the Horseshoe. It's about as close to a home field advantage as you can get. Yeah, back to football. The more important stuff. Yeah. But I felt the need to get that out of my system because, well, first, I felt bad because, I told you guys that I had some stuff going on during the Tennessee-Arkansas game, and I felt like it was important for you guys to know exactly why. The true reason why. I mean, I didn't lie when I told you guys, but it wasn't the whole truth, and I wanted to tell you guys why, and I feel better about that on my end. So thank you for allowing me to do that, and thank you even more for listening to it. Best friends I could ever ask for. I don't think I would have touched on that again if this were a close game. I feel like we would have been spending the halftime slate talking about the actual game, but instead what Oregon is doing is getting belt to cheeks again, and it's about as uncompetitive as it possibly can be. You're a handsome motherfucker. You'll be fine. You're giving me too much credit, but thank you, good sir. Thank you. Oregon turned the ball over a bunch of times. That's exactly what happened. They're getting ready to give this ball right back to the Hoosiers to start the second half. Kickoff is here. This one goes into the end zone for a touchback. Yeah, here's the worst part if you're Oregon. You don't even get the ball here to start the second half. Indiana does. And so far, they've done absolutely nothing but go down the field on you. So if they're liable to do it again, this could turn into a 5-touchdown deficit. Love you, Squid. Love you guys, too. You're all phenomenal people. I mean, I'm trying. I got to talk about this because now here I am getting a little emotional, and Mendoza's about to drive down the field again. Well, not yet, though, because a flag comes in and it looks like a false start. False start on Indiana is going to be the start of their drive. Watch that be the drive killer somehow, the thing to get Oregon back in this game. We'll see. I don't know. They got a long ways to go. Signetti looks like he's about to throw that offensive lineman into the sun for that one. Here we go. 1st and 15 from the 20. Outside run on the play. Maybe 2 yards, but nothing more than that. 2nd down and 8. Or 2nd down and 8. 2nd down and 13, actually, because of the false start. The Indiana turnaround after years of shittery is truly incredible. That I absolutely agree with. What a phenomenal stretch that they've had. Boy, Oregon has had a total of 9 rushing yards through this entire game. That tells you everything you need to know right there. Here's 2nd and 13 for the Hoosiers. 4 wide set. Back to throw. Mendoza. Plenty of time to do so. Gets it off. Got a man open. Past the 35. 1st down around the 37-yard line. That's what happens when you give Mendoza 7 years to throw the football. Boy, this could be a problem for Miami. This could be a big problem for Miami. They lost potentially 2 of their best defensive playmakers. One is out for targeting. He's going to be out for the first half. And then Akeem Mesidor might be out for the game. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that, but that one could be a game-time decision. Here's a run play on 1st down. Nothing. He maybe gets a yard. It'll be 2nd and 9. All right. And to load up the stats again. Here comes 2nd and 9. Back to throw again on a direct snap. Mendoza takes a shot on the right side, and it is caught. Another great catch on the sideline. 1st down Hoosiers. Charlie Becker with another great catch. This dude just can't be stopped. He's got the speed and the catching mobility. About as great of a receiving target as you can ask for. And it's another great catch. That's his 9th one of the day. Or excuse me. No, that's not. I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's only his 2nd one of the day. Excuse me. I was looking at Keelan Black there. 1st and 10 for Mendoza. At the 49 of Oregon now in their territory. Handoff on the outside. Got some blocking. Trying to get a good run out of this one. And it's going to be a good one. Just enough for a 1st down. I believe so, yes. Keelan Black with now his 10th carry. He is going to get that 1st down. The Hoosier drive shall continue inside the 40. 4 wide set. Mendoza on the play action. Looking. Plenty of time to think about it. Now he's going to take off. Tries to get past the first man. Cannot. He's taken down after about 5 or 6 yards on the play. Still a good run for Mendoza, all things considered, but it's going to be 2nd down and 4. It's funny, Indiana and Oregon before this drive had about an even amount of passing yards, but they kept shooting themselves in the foot with turnovers, and that's what did them in. They're going to lose an extra yard here. 2nd and 5. Some motion up on the line on a 4-wide set. Takes the snap. Mendoza. Handoff. Up the middle. Nothing given on that one. Shut down for a loss. Big loss of 2 right there. Duckies came in with the tackle. Bryce Botcher with another great hit. And it's going to be 3rd down at about 7. They've got a good chance here to mitigate the damage, but in order to do that, they're going to have to get to Mendoza. They're going to try to get to him on a blitz. Offensive line protecting really well. Now Mendoza takes off. He's got the 1st down, and he's still moving. Spins the ball out. Ball comes free, and it's fumbled. Recovered, though, by Indiana. Great heads-up play by the lineman to recover that football, because that could have been the very thing to get Oregon back in this ball game as a turnover where they needed the best. But nope. Mendoza with an excellent heads-up play right there. They gave him all day to think about it. He does. He takes off, gets a huge play out of it. Ball comes out around inside the 20. So luckily they're going to keep possession of the football on a 1st down inside the red zone now, probably around the 18. That's exactly where they are. Run play up the middle to start. Maybe a yard, if that, by Keelan Black, and we'll be looking at 2nd and 9. That's Hemby, actually. They keep switching him out. They're doing the running back hokey pokey. I can't keep up with it, and I doubt Oregon can either. Cignetti, update on his face. He's still angry. He's still pissed off. Again. 5 minutes of this clock have already been burned on this drive. It's 2nd and 9 here from the 17. 4-wide set, takes the snap. It's another handoff to Hemby up the middle. This one much more successful than the last. Not enough for the 1st down, but it'll be about 4. 3rd down and 5 coming up. Well, here we go. 3rd down and 5. I mean, you think at some point one of these 3rd downs are going to go Oregon's way. Line up in the 5-wide set. Mendoza all alone. Oregon does bring the blitz. They can't get to him. He throws it off to a wide open man in the end zone. Oregon brought the blitz, and they made him pay for it. Touchdown, Indiana. The beatdown continues to get worse. E.J. Williams all alone in the end zone. Nobody to cover him. Oregon brought the blitz, and the line covered well enough for the Hoosiers. And the beatdown just gets worse and worse and worse. 41-7. They're going to take a 5-touchdown lead. This is just a humiliation ritual at this point. What more can you say? Field goal or kickoff or PAT, who gives a shit? It's up and good. Nobody cares. 42-7. This is outright domination on a level we've never before seen. And yes, in case you were wondering, Cignetti still angry. Still angry. Not enough. He needs more. And if they stop Oregon on this upcoming drive, something tells me that we're going to see a little bit. We're going to see a little bit of Alberto Mendoza. No, there's a little bit of a smirk right there. He let out just a teeny weeny bit of a smirk. Just a small one. What are you even doing, Oregon? Daggum, absolutely nothing. At all. H-Dog, thank you very much for the 2, says, is the Big Ten cooked? Well, not the Big Ten. Big Ten's just fine. As long as Indiana's in that conference, the Big Ten will thrive. The different leagues conference is daggum cannon fodder against this squad. I don't know what you do against this. All right. Truxama with the 5. Thank you, good sir. Says second Mendoza time. If they stop Oregon here, prevent them from scoring, I imagine we'll see that. But I think at this point now, up by 5 touchdowns, they're probably going to put in the backups on both sides of the ball. So Oregon could find a way here, but we'll see. Rest of the Big Ten against Indiana. Yeah. I mean, well, the rest of the world against Indiana. The only remnant of anything that could stand up against the Hoosiers now is that something out of Tank Conference. That should tell you everything you need to know. You think Miami has a shot? Realistically, everybody has a shot if you want to think of it. Any given day, anybody can beat anybody. That's why we play the games. Realistically, though, it's unlikely. In my opinion, it's unlikely. I think Carson Beck is going to have an absolutely not a terrible day, but he's going to be running for his life for a lot of that game. It's all going to come down to how well the defense can pressure Mendoza. And the way their line is holding up against Oregon's front, it's not looking good. And especially if Akeem Mesidor is out too, oh boy, it might turn into this. I cannot believe what we're witnessing here. Have the Oregon fans started leaving already? Might as well go in and beat the traffic. What's the harm in that? You know what I mean? Here's the kickoff from the 35-yard line. Goes all the way out of the end zone for another touchback. Yeah, this is just another shade of the Rose Bowl. We saw it last year. Oregon beats Ohio State in a close game in the regular season, and then when they meet in the postseason, Oregon just gets belt to cheeks the entire way through. And yeah, not looking good. Not looking good for him. They've got some work to do to get out of this hole, I'll tell you that much. 1st and 10. Here's a toss on the outside. Good broken tackle, breaking a bunch of tackles. Here's a big run down to the 50, the 40. Breaks out another man. Huge tackle up front, the 30, the 20, the 10. All the way down to the 5-yard line. Too little too late on that one, Oregon. Wow. Had a huge run. 71 yards all the way inside the 5. Where was that energy the entire rest of the game? It's going to be 1st and goal for the Duckies now around the 4. It's not looking good for Alberto Mendoza. Might not get that start after all. 1st and goal, man in motion. Here's a handoff. No, it's Dante Moore. Shot to the end zone. Incomplete. Flag is thrown, though. It's going to be pass interference. Went for Malik Benson in the end zone. They're going to force the flag on D'Angelo Pons. Basically, Oregon's got the touchdown here. They're going to be starting this 1st and goal from the 1. Or it's going to be half the distance to the goal, so it's still the 1, maybe just shy of it. One run a man ball and they've got it. Been a pretty clean game so far, though. Only 5 penalties total between the two teams. 1st and goal. Line up in the bunch formation. Now man run on the outside. It's going to be a handoff directly up the gut. Good push into the end zone, and Oregon is on the board again. For the 2nd time. Only 4 more times, and they're back in this game. Jay Harris with the push inside the end zone. The Duckies have a little bit of momentum. Cignetti is back to the face that says I'm going to throw the entire defensive line into the sun. So he's obviously not very happy about it. And it looks like the Duckies are getting ready to go for two. At this point, what left do you have to lose? They're 0 for 3 on two-point conversions. Never made one in this season. Lined up 5 wide here from the 3 on the 2-point conversion. Back to throw, looking. Takes a shot to the end zone, and what a great catch. Big catch right there. Caught for the 2-point conversion. It is good. It's 42-15, your new score. Jamari Johnson with the catch. And I'm telling you guys what, this is going exactly like the Rose Bowl from last year. Oregon finally finds a pulse when it's too little too late and they're playing against Indiana's backups. That being said, what a hell of a run right there. 42-15 with about 7:50 left to go in the third quarter. Imagine Indiana chokes this. That's all you probably will be able to do is imagine. Oregon still got to score 4 more times. Yeah, this ain't looking hot. Indiana might be cooked. Yeah, bro, it's over for Indiana. Letting up one score like that, you're done. Oregon scores. If they score 4 more touchdowns, they're right back in the game. Ay, ay, ay. Kirk Cignetti would make a great raider, a pirate that snarls plundering teams of their golden pride, all the white demanding more. What in the hell? Has anyone ever seen Cignetti smile? Oh, he does. He just does it in very small intervals. He let out a grin during the Rose Bowl celebration after the game was already over. When he hoisted that trophy, he at least gave a little bit of a smile. But it's so rare that you actually have to be looking to see him smile. Otherwise, you're never going to see it. What was that about good games? Well, who the hell knew this was coming? Ain't nobody here is predicting that. Come on. We literally saw this game during the regular season, and it was a close ball game. Nobody predicted Oregon was going to fall off and die like this. Again. Just like they did last year. I'm not saying anything because this game's not over, but pending this holds, it's going to be yet another year of Oregon coming just short of a national championship. And I say a national championship very literally in that context. Well, here we go. Backed up around the 35-yard line. To kick this ball off to Indiana. Think we're going to... Which Mendoza are we going to see on the field is what everybody's going to be asking themselves. Here's the kick. Goes to the end zone for yet another touchback. Not a lot of kick returns, or returns of any capacity, in any of these games. The special teams are just too good for it. 239 people in here. Thank you all very much for tuning into this here stream. You guys are greatly appreciated over here on Squidtard Sports. Thank you all very, very much for being a part of the crew here. Love y'all. And like I keep saying, this is the best fan base here on YouTube. Genuinely mean it. Y'all are wonderful people. Here we go. 1st and 10 for Indiana. Looks like Mendoza, the Mendoza, is out there on the field still. And this is going to be a big run by Keelan Black, and he's off to the races, and he's gone! That's the 40, the 30, the 20. Finally taken down inside the 15. Keelan Black with a huge run. But wait just 1 second, because a flag comes in during the play. It might be on the offense. It's going to, yep. A hold on the offense. That 70-yard run for Keelan Black is going to come all the way back due to an offensive holding. Damn. Ref ball giving Alberto the cuck chair. He's not going to come on the field because they're not going to be able to go up by enough. Oh. Yeah, Signetti, again, he looks mad. Not surprised. What do you expect? We all knew that was going to happen. Yeah, well, Indiana's in no danger. I mean, they're in no danger yet. They're not even close to the danger zone. They just won't be putting their backups in until they go up another touchdown. Here we go. 1st and 20 now after the hold. This is going to pin them back all the way to the 15. Sounds like the game clock is getting reset here. Okay, now they're moving it. They had to reset the game clock. That's what the refs are talking about. Well, here we go. 1st and 20. 7 minutes left to go in the third quarter. A run straight up the gut. Not much given on that one. Maybe 3 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 8. 2nd about 17. Ay. It's crazy. Most of the stats here are even. Literally, because of that run play Oregon had, most of the stats in this game are even besides turnovers. That's the one thing. They make a big difference. Back to pass here on 2nd down. Mendoza all day to throw. Plenty of time. Gets it off to an open man over the middle who's got it around the 30-yard line. Gets down around the 31. Going to make it a much more manageable 3rd down here. Going to be at around a 3rd and 4. Very, very manageable right here. Well, here we go. 3rd down and 4. Clock will continue to roll. They're going to try and milk it for as much as they can. Now Mendoza back to pass. Looking. Plenty of time to throw. Now rolls out of the pocket. Throws late. Got a man. Sara again for another 1st down. Who runs out of bounds after getting to around the 39-yard line. Drive shall continue. Supposedly. They might review that. No, they're not going to review it, but Indiana is substituting some linemen. And they're all the closer, I think, to substituting the rest of their team, too. And bringing in the backups. They're all the much closer to Alberto Mendoza. And I think he should come in sooner than later. You don't want to risk any big-time injuries before the Natty. 4 wide set on 1st and 10 from the 39-yard line. Here's a handoff again, up the middle. A little bit of a run here, not much given, maybe 3 yards, still pushing. And then finally the whistles are blown after about 3 yards on the run. The other Mendoza brother waiting very patiently for his turn. Maybe the refs will let him have it at some point in time. So now a 2nd down and 6 coming in on a 4 wide set. Here's the handoff directly up the gut. Decent push right there by the line. Maybe gets 4 yards by Keelan Black, and it's going to be 3rd down and only 3 left to go to convert. Clock continues to sail down. That Oregon is losing precious time. to attempt what should be a Cinderella-level comeback. But at this point, it's nothing more than a fever dream. Down to less than 5 minutes to go in the third. Here he goes again. 4-wide set. Mendoza takes the snap. Back to throw. He's going to take a deep bomb into double coverage, and it's incomplete. Well overthrown. Can't force a flag because nobody could have caught that. So it'll be 4th down and 3. Oregon will actually get a stop on Indiana's offense, and they'll get the ball back with some sort of attempt to do something of anything. They did successful in the last drive. I think Indiana's starting defense is going to come back into this one to prevent Oregon from causing any more damage. This punt's going to be taken from around the 32-yard line. Here it is. Punt's made. That one goes. It's a good one. Going what looks to be the end zone. No, it's caught inside the 10. Takes a great Indiana bounce. And the Hoosiers are going to pin the Duckies deep in their own territory to start their next drive. They just can't catch any favors. I don't know why the return man gave up on that. He could have caught it and tried to return it. Why are these players so scared to return the football? He was there to make the play, but then just gave up on it. Bad, bad, bad. Let's see. D. Juno says, appreciate the $2 super chat. Says, we in roasted duck fraud ass Oregon. Well, what's new? What about this change? They've been doing this for years. Nothing out of the ordinary if you're Oregon, I'll tell you that much. Joel C., thank you very much for the 5. Says, apart from football, what is your favorite thing about UT? Like the school. I guess the school, because I did graduate from there. I'd have to think about that. This is coming from somebody who did not spend a majority of time on. I mean, I was there for classes and stuff, but I didn't do any club activities or anything like that. So my opinion on the campus and all of that overall is sort of a small opinion, since I don't really have that much experience to go off of. But I loved, I guess I just loved the campus overall, the feel of it, the aesthetic, a lot of old buildings that they kept up to date. Looked nice. Felt like you were actually on a college campus. Aaron Parsons, appreciate the 5, says, Signetti looks like real life version of Mr. Incredible's boss. Holy hell, I'm seeing it now. I'm not happy, Bob. I'm not happy. Oh no. Oh no, you don't tell me. Oh no. I'm not happy, Bob. I'm not happy. Oh, hell no, man. That's crazy. But I see it. It's there. The comparison's absolutely there. You're not wrong. I got something to do. Hold on a second. They can wait. Oregon's back on the field, so they've got to embarrass themselves real quick before I can put this one up. But yeah, get to watch Oregon humiliate themselves even further. They're starting from the 5-yard line, run straight up the gut on 1st down, good enough for maybe 3 yards. Decent little run right there. It's going to be 2nd down and 7. By the way, Squid, there's a times 7-point chance in the Pac-Man Festival. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'll be playing it tomorrow afternoon. Before the sports stream tomorrow, over on Squidtard, the main channel, The one that I supposedly call the main channel, which isn't actually the main channel, but we call it that way. Here we go. 2nd down and 7. Less than 4 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter. The odds of coming out with the W for this one are looking more and more likely as the clock goes down for Indiana. Line up in the I formation, backed up around the 8-yard line. Here's a handoff, another one straight up the middle, and the Hoosiers are all over that one. Pushes them right back past the line of scrimmage, and this one goes right back to the 10-yard line. So a 3-yard loss right after getting the 3-yard gain. Flag comes in late after the hit. Might be a hold, and that would be just absolutely disastrous for the Ducks. That might be worse. That might be even worse. And it is face mask on Oregon. So instead of a 10-yard penalty that would have pinned them back, now you're talking about a 15-yard penalty, and this ball is going to be, they're going to be backs against the wall here. Potential dangerous opportunity for a safety here by Oregon. 3rd and 11. Dante Moore backed up all the way in his own end zone. Takes the snap, back to pass. They're bringing the pressure at him. Gets the pass off, takes a lob, and it is caught! Oh, what a catch! Man of coverage on him. Jeremiah McClellan with an amazing catch. Gets him all the way out of that dangerous situation to the 40. Great protection right there. D'Angelo Pons had him. He had him right there. Might have drawn the pass interference too, but McClellan looks like he came down with it. It's going to be 1st and 10 Duckies. Again, I don't know I don't know why Oregon suddenly looks like they're a competitive team in the second half, but good for them. They're at least trying. They're trying their hardest to make this competitive. You got to give them credit for that where it's due. Man down in the Oregon end zone for Indiana. Defensive lineman down for him. Never like to see that in any given circumstance. And considering they need every starter they can get for this upcoming Natty game against Miami, not a good place to get it. Injuries are unavoidable in college football, as we all know, but that's a stinger. That's a stinger for them. The comeback is starting. Squid on board. I wish there was a college football game today. Yeah, me too. Shame there isn't. Nothing important going on. And no, this is not a college football game. This is a glorified scrimmage. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, there it is. And scene. There we go. Got a new picture up on the board. Just tuned in. What happened with Oregon? Big catch. They were pinned back in their own end zone. Big catch past the 40-yard line. Doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things, but it gives Oregon some fresh life when they absolutely need it. Hot take, does this Indiana team compete with the likes of 2019 LSU? I think they've got a good shot to compete. Because what they have that a lot of teams don't, including previous national champions, is a complete squad with a team full of players that know exactly where they are in the field at any given time. It's a lot like Utah. Utah and in the golden years of Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State. It's a lot like these teams who don't necessarily get a lot of talent, but coaching balances it out to where it makes it look like they've got a really talented team. That's why Utah was able to compete with the likes of USC and Oregon and all these other contenders in the Pac-12 for as many years as they were, because Kyle Whittingham is a good coach with a good staff around him who gets average players and turns them into above average players. And turns the team overall into an above average / elite team. Works out that way when you've got really good coaching. Here's the 4 wide set. Takes the bubble screen. Nearly deflected, although they're going to get a good run out of this one. Still running. Past the 40. Down around the 40. But a good run right there. Still trying to force the ball out, but they won't get that lucky. Now they've got the ball in Indiana territory. They can get another 8 points here. They can make this look a little bit more competitive towards the end. Moore on a direct snap. Throws way out of bounds. Incomplete. For 2nd and 10 coming up. And don't come back till you have another uniform to die in. All the uniforms in the world and none of the trophies to go along with them. That's what Oregon football's all about. 2nd and 10 for the Ducks here. 2:07 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Basically just waiting patiently for them to finally give in so that we can move on and crown our champion. Man moving in motion. Up in the eye. Going to be a handoff. Directly up the middle. Indiana's all over it. Maybe a push for about a yard to Harris, but nothing more than that. 3rd down and 9 coming up. And to me, at this point, every single drive you have from this point onwards, a four down or nothing. At this point, if you kick a field goal or punt, you're waving the white flag. You're down by way too much to do anything other than that. So here we go. 3rd and 9. Bunch formation, 2 receivers lined up to the left side. Dante Moore with a little bit of motion up on the line. Now running back moving in motion. Going to hand it straight to him on a draw play. Good push, good run. Just short of the 1st down marker. They might actually give it to him, but I doubt it. I don't think they will. I think it's going to be just short. Yeah, it's going to be 4th and 1. Hill's tagging out for Harris. And you best guarantee that they're obviously going for it. I mean, come on. What'd you think they were going to do? Okay. Now things are lined up as they should be. Open. YouTube TV glitched out there for a second. Somebody's camera went boom. One of the cameras in the broadcast booth exploded. 4th and 1 here. And they need this more than anything. Here's a halfback toss. You couldn't have drawn up a worse play if you tried. I know they were going to try and run the man ball, but that was not the way to do it. Tried to do a halfback toss with no blockers. Did not fool the Indiana front. Turnover on downs, and the Hoosiers will get this ball back around the 30-yard line with 37 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. And at this point, that seems like the final gasp. Whatever slim hope there was of a possible Cinderella, blue sky, rainbows and unicorns, miracle type of comeback. Well, tough news, because that ain't happening. Not at this point. Well, here we go. 37 seconds to go at the 32-yard line. Handoff up the gut by Mendoza to Hemby, who gets about 3 yards out of that. And it'll be 2nd and 7. Oh, yeah, no, everybody knows. Everybody in that stadium knows they had to go for it. Just the play they drew up. That was goofy. You either pass in that situation directly or you just do the man ball. I would have done man ball there. You can get a yard out of man ball. That was goofy. But they're going to burn the rest of this third quarter clock here. And that's going to take us to the final quarter. All Hoosier type of ball game here. 42-15. There really isn't much of anything that Oregon can do right now other than accept their fate and realize they're going to go for yet another year without winning a national championship. At this point, it's safe to say that the Indiana Hoosiers are way more likely to win a natty before Oregon. Just crazy to think about. Absolutely stunning.
All right.
And painful. Very, very painful. Well, I guess we were due for a semifinal blowout. You know what? I guess I should just go ahead and tweet it out. But that's going to be a banger. I just posted James Madison probably beats this Oregon team. Time to make some people mad with your weekly rage bait. What the hell? What the hell is this? What? Breaking news. I just saw this one pull up. I got to check this again. It's got to be no 3. No, it's on 3. DJ Lagway, Baylor commit, by the way. He's taking a visit to Ole Miss. Literally cannot make this shit up, man. What the hell are we doing? He just got to Baylor. He just got there. And now he's already considering transfer portal destinations? Buddy, you've been at Baylor for 5 minutes. Boy, that's embarrassing from everybody's point of view. That's embarrassing for him, for Baylor, and for Kiffin. He's gotten that desperate. He's gotten that dadgum desperate. Dude. Oh my goodness, man. What are we doing? DJ wrong way, man. Well, anyway, here we go. Bubble screen to start out the fourth quarter. Good for about 3 yards, maybe 4 by Omar Cooper. It's going to be third down for Indiana. About 4 or 3 yards left to go to convert. Yeah, no, the Lagway situation right now, that's just terrible on all angles. And nobody cares right now because we're all busy watching Oregon get the literal piss beat out of them. We go third down and 5 for Indiana. Back to pass. Looking. Mendoza rolls out. Looks. Throws. Got a man deep and incomplete. He's thrown down to the ground. No flags are thrown. Kind of lucky to get away with that one. Indiana fans not happy about. And there it is. Cignetti's crashing out. He just threw the headset. Oh my goodness. Cignetti just threw the dadgum headset. Oh, you pissed him off. Oh, that ref's about to get thrown into the sun. He's pissed. And I can't necessarily, I mean, if this were a close game, that would be a lot more rational, but the dude's crashing out. The dude is crashing out well up by 28 points, but that's, or 27. The game is still, it's obvious who's winning. They're actually going to try and return this punt, and he breaks the first tackle and down around the 30. A flag comes in after the initial hit, so this might be a flag on Indiana, or this might be them trying to make up for that missed pass interference. Well, I guess if the best way they can go about it, call a hold on Oregon on the return, and it's gonna give them a lot of field they have to go through in order to make something out of this one. I'm not happy, Bob. Not happy. Look at this. Signetti's sitting. I mean, he is pissed. I mean, he's literally acting like he's losing. And they're up by four scores. I mean, it's crazy. But yeah, that was a bad no call by them. You got to, I mean, for what it's worth, that was pass interference. So bad miss by ref ball, but at this point, is that really something to crash out about? I don't know. Cignetti is basically just Big Ten Saban. That is the closest thing to it. Woo! Oh, I kind of forgot that was there. Yeah. That's a different league's officiating crew. Color me shocked. The only thing I'm surprised about is that they didn't say first down Georgia. Okay. This is worse than the Miami Ole Miss game. Oh, by a ton. That game was competitive. All the semifinals up to this point have been competitive. But every playoff game Indiana's been a part of, they've all been blowouts. Even last year, except they were the ones to get it. I think Cignetti learned a lesson from that one. To their credit, though, they did put up at least somewhat of a fight. If nothing else, they put up at least a teeny weeny, tiny whiny bit of a fight. Do you think this Indiana team could also embarrass Georgia and Kirby Smart like this as well? Well, it's hard to say because anybody, it's really, really hard to say. I think they'd win. I don't know if they'd blow them out. Georgia's a really well-coached team. I mean, obviously this Indiana team is just an entirely different monster, but by the way they've been playing, I can't really say for sure. Well, here we go. Screen pass to Dante Moore. Or Dante Moore on the screen pass. It doesn't matter. It's a loss. Loss of about 1. And Cignetti's got the I'm going to eviscerate your entire bloodline look on his face. So something tells me nothing good's going to come out of this one. Just a gamble. Second and 11. Another bubble screen. This one a little bit, not necessarily a screen, just a quick dump off. Good for about 5 or 6 yards. It's going to be third and about 7. Give him 3rd and 6. Line up at the 19. Got to get to the 25-yard line in a 5-wide set. Dante Moore, they're bringing the blitz. Gets it off and intercepted. Oh, wait, nope, incomplete. Just missed the catch. They brought the sun at him. Dante Moore just threw it just to throw it. And it wound it up right in the hands of an Indiana defender. He just dropped it. It's going to be 4th down and 6. And now the Duckies know they're done for now, so now they brought out the punt team. And at this point, it's safe to say we might get some backup action. I don't know. We'll see. Wouldn't be that far off. Flags are thrown. Looks like a delay of game on Oregon. Now this punt's going to be even further back. Not really sure what they were waiting on. I mean, you're done. Go home. Go home. Literally. What are we doing here? All right. Here's the punt. Backed up in their own end zone. Kicks it. It's blocked. The kick is blocked. It's caught by Indiana inside the 10-yard line, and they're going to have the ball around the 6. And now the special teams is putting that belt to ass. Now, there you go. This is just getting all the worse. I don't really know what more I could say. It's almost like you sort of expect this. It's almost like you kind of see that coming. Not because they didn't have the right protection, but just because it's Indiana and Oregon. And this Duck team has done about just everything wrong they could have. Cignetti face update for you. Still not smiling, by the way. That's not coming anytime soon, I imagine. So, anyway, Hoosiers get the ball inside the 10-yard line with 13 minutes left to go in this ball game. Fernando Mendoza is still on the field. Line up in the eye. Hands it off up the middle. Good push. Not good enough, though. Going to get him to the 5-yard line, though. 2nd and goal from the 5. God, this is bad. This is bad. I feel like it goes without saying, but this is bad.
All right.
Whew. Yeah, no, this is an ugly one. This is a spanking. 2nd and goal. Clock going down. This is going to be a direct run play by Mendoza. Decent push by him right there. Gets positive yardage. Not close enough, though. Going to be 3 yards short. 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line. Do you think they'll even throw here? They might. I get why Cignetti's trying to run up the score, but why is he still using Mendoza? Especially on run plays. You're risking the possibility of your star quarterback going down with an injury. Whatever the deal is, he's on the field now. Something's going on. Everybody's in the huddle. The refs are talking to Cignetti, and he's got that look that says, I'm going to throw you all the way to the moon, and you will never come back. Whatever the deal was, Indiana's forced to use their first timeout of the second half. Oh yeah. There'll be an Oregon get out video. You don't even need to ask. Yeah, this is just awful. Too bad there's no mercy rule for this one. Joseph Stalin, thank you very much for the $2 super chat, says, quarterback battle between Minnie Mendoza and Hoover. Who wins? I don't know. That's a good question. Very good question. I can't tell you the answer to that because I don't know. I'd say Josh Hoover because he has way more experience. That would be the only reason, but we'll see. Maze the Great, thank you very much for the 2, says DuckTales reprisal coming. It very well could be. I'm not gonna say anything about it because It's an unknown what that's going to look like when I make the get out video. But what I can tell you is that there will be an Oregon get out video, if nothing else. So I'm going to take a wild guess and say that the game is over. Potentially so. Potentially so. You're probably on the money. Close to it. A little bit like it. Ay, ay, ay. They're showing a McDonald's ad. McDonald's breakfast. Perfect new home for Dante Moore. Yeah, truth be told, I felt like we all knew this game was over after the first play from scrimmage. With the pick six off the bat. No matter who you are, it's hard to come back from that. Even if you do tie up the ball game like they did, mentally you're always going to be thinking about that, and it really messed with them towards the latter half of this game. But here we go, 3rd and goal. Not really much of an advantage in scoring here. Just makes you look at least a little bit better. Just makes you feel better. You don't really experience. You don't gain XP for scoring here, unlike you do in the video games. So, don't really see why you do it, but they're gonna do it. 4 wide set and lined up in the shotgun on 3rd and goal from the 3. Man moving in motion, takes the snap. Mendoza on a direct snap, throws over the middle. Easy throw to Sarat, wide open in the end zone. Gave him all day to throw. Mendoza, once again, easy catch and touchdown. The beat down gets all the more worse, and they're 1 point away from putting a 50 bomber on this poor Duck squad. New score is now 48-15, pending the PAT. And it's just getting all the more ugly. Here's the extra point to make it 1 point away from that 50 bomber. It's up, right through, and good. No question about it. 49-15, your new score now. 11:36 left to go, and if you know anything about Indiana football under Kirk Cignetti, this is all the time in the well-known universe for them to score 2 more touchdowns and make this a 60 bomber. Yeah, Mendoza. It's just this bad. This bad. This is vomit inducing if you're a Ducky fan. It's almost like you're living in a Groundhog Day, where you're reliving the same day over and over and over, but instead of living a day, you're living the same postseason collapse. Again. Just like the last however many times you've been in the playoffs. Here's the kickoff. Sails to the end zone. Taken for a touchback. Yeah, this is... If there's any sort of mercy rule for Oregon here, they somehow find a way to run down this clock to double zeros so that Indiana can't score anymore. Because if they get 50 bombed, they might be feeling that going into next season. I mean, there are several examples of teams that take so bad of blowouts that they just literally vanish off the face of the earth, and they have a terrible year the next year. Not gonna say that's Oregon, but here we go in a play action, takes the screen, and Indiana's all over that. Loss of 3, and it's gonna be 2nd down and 13. You can't even hypothetically win against this Indiana squad. Alabama tried that and they lost by 5 touchdowns. Got eviscerated off the face of the earth. Like everybody else who dared challenge this squad. Here's a bubble screen at the 20-yard line. Gets back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more than that. Maybe a yard. It's going to be 3rd and long for Oregon. And they might not even chew out a minute of this clock before Indiana gets the ball. It's just getting all... I mean, people say that this can't get any worse. I'm telling you right now, this can absolutely get worse. Because once the backups are put in, it's no longer going to be mercy rule and just running the ball down your throat. They're going to be letting the other Mendoza throw all over this defense. 3rd and 12, 5 wide set. Dante Moore outside throw, got a man complete. First down, past the 35 all the way to the 39. Mitigates the damage to some capacity. They're going to move down this clock because that's what they're fighting now. Oregon's done. It's GG's for them. They're not winning this ball game. But if nothing else, they can end their season without letting the Hoosiers score 50 points on them. Back to throw again. Dante Moore sends it over the middle, batted away, and incomplete. It's floated in the air for a good minute. Indiana tried to go after it. Nearly got the turnover. 2nd and 10. I'm going to be careful there, Dante Moore. You give Indiana a turnover in that territory, you're probably going to let them score. That's all you got to hope for, is that they don't find a way to do it. Well, here we go. Here's the comparison you guys have been waiting on. They're showing the season comparison of the 2019 LSU Tigers and the Indiana Hoosiers of this season. The scoring margin is bigger for Indiana, but that is an apples to oranges comparison right there. Play action. From the outside, got a man for another first down past the 50, all the way to the 45-yard line. Keon Sadiq with another great catch. It's going to be 1st and 10, Duckies in positive territory. Yeah, they're going to try and make themselves feel better. Wouldn't that be nice? Taking this play, rolling out of the pocket, Indiana trying to get to him. He's going to roll out, continue to do so. Throws at the very last second. Out of bounds. Just threw that one to the sideline. It's going to be 2nd and 10. That defensive front has basically kill-drived half of the plays Oregon has tried to run, especially passing the football. That defensive front, this Indiana pass rush might be more dangerous than Miami's. And that's crazy to say because that's like their thing. That is literally Miami's thing, is the pass rush. If Ruben Bain doesn't have a legacy game against Mendoza, they might be cooked next week. We'll find out in due time. 2nd and 10, man moving in motion for the Duckies. Direct snap, back to throw again. Moore over the middle, got his man on a pitch. Caught, hitch route, I'd say. Not for much more than about 5 yards, but still good enough for getting somewhere. 3rd down and about 5 coming up. Y'all better make this competitive or something again. Much more time like this, and we might have to deviate from football talk again. Under 9 minutes to go in this ball game. Oregon trying to run down the clock as much as they can. Lined up in the shotgun here on 3rd and 4. Now moving in the bunches. Whistles are blown. Looks like the Duckies are going to use their first timeout. Which, not really sure why. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but anything to make yourselves look better, I guess. Yeah, if you know anything about Cignetti, he's always going to be mad no matter how much he's winning by. He can be winning by 40, still going to find a way to be angry about something. You should have seen him after that no pass interference call. Dude lost it. Threw down his headset, running around the sideline, screaming at the refs, everything. And the dude was up by 4 scores and still pissed off like that. Crazy. Yeah, to their credit, they've already done more than Alabama did. But they've let up more points, too. It's just ridiculous. This is now, they scored, like, what, seven touchdowns? 7 touchdowns Indiana scored. And Texas Tech put up a whopping 0 points on this same defense. read up on this DJ Lagway situation because this was important. Lagway apparently said right after the news came out about him looking at Ole Miss, he said that, I don't know where this news is coming from, but I'm committed to not Ole Miss, committed to Baylor is what he said. And that was about 40 minutes ago. So, if you're committed, you might as well just go ahead and sign them, because you can say you're committed all day long. That doesn't mean anything until you actually sign with Baylor, because you're going to hit the transfer portal at any time. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Razor Sniping, thank you very much for the 2, says early score prediction for the Natty. I'd say at this rate, if Indiana brings this level of action to the Natty, I think we're looking at like it's probably going to be something around a range of like 38 to 20. I don't think it's going to be a blowout, but by the time the fourth quarter by the time we get to this point of the game on Monday, next Monday, the Monday afterwards, it doesn't matter. It's going to be it ain't going to look pretty. Here's Dante Moore, deep shot to the end zone, can't have his man, incomplete, overthrown, and it's going to be 4th down and 4. Do you think the Ducks woke up feeling the cheesiest tonight? They certainly woke up feeling something. They woke up feeling like the dadgum game was over. Dante Moore knew it after the first play from scrimmage. I'd love if it was a close competitive game all the way through, but right now, and this further accelerates that thought process of mine, but this is Indiana's championship to lose. Here we go, 4th down and 4, 4-man rush. They're going to try and get to him. Moore's able to escape the pocket, still looking, now throws late, out of bounds, incomplete. So there goes that drive. Does not go in their favor. It's going to be 1st and 10, Indiana, with about 8:20 left to go. Now the Oregon defense will have to come out and try to prevent the Hoosiers from putting up a 50-bomber on them. That's all they can hope for. The real question is, he's still out there. What are you doing, Kurt? Why is Fernando Mendoza is still on the field? All of their starters are still in this game. Good grief. Handoff directly on the outside. Good run right here. Breaks the first tackle. Gets the first down after getting past the 45-yard line. Mendoza's evil twins still stuck on the sideline. They're still not going to let him play. I can't figure out for the life of me what they're doing. Well, at least they rested the running backs. Colby Martin with his first carry of the day. That one's for 10 yards. Clock will continue to go down. Indiana dangerously close to midfield range. Takes the snap. Handoff directly up the middle. Now an outside run again. Good run right here down to the 40, the 30, down around the 29-yard line. Martin with the second carry of the day. Another outside run. Oregon looked like they didn't even see it coming. Less that, more they just didn't even bother. They finally, I guess realization finally hit that they were just cooked duck at this point. Watching from the duck chair as Indiana just brutalizes them continuously. It's 1st down and 10 now. 7 minutes left to go, and they're inside the 30. So it looks like that 50 bomber is coming sooner or later. Another handoff straight up the middle, thrown down after about 3 yards. It looks like it's about to turn into the Colby Martin show. I still can't figure out for the life of me why they don't let the other Mendoza in. I don't know what Signetti is doing, but let him at least get some play time. You're going to run the ball mostly anyway. Let him get in there and hand the ball off a few times. You might not get that. He's acting like he's going to get all this experience next week when they play Miami. Well, here we go. 2nd down and 7 for the Hoosiers. 3 men, and they're gonna send the entire house at Martin. He's still able to get away for a positive gain. Gets about 4 yards on that one. It's going to be 3rd and short, just shy of the 20. Maybe about 3 yards. Clock will continue to roll. Either way, no doubt to me it's looking like they're going to put up that big old 50 bomber on the Duckies. Dangerously close to that point. They're already in field goal range, so not looking hot on that note. Here it is, 3rd down and 4. Four wide set, man moving in motion. It's the handoff directly up the middle, breaks through the line, and breaks through everything else on the way home. So it was over anyway, but it just makes it all the more worse. Keelan Black, they put him right back in on that 3rd down, and he races all the way home for another touchdown. That's the 8th freaking touchdown for the Hoosiers tonight. Your new score, 55-15. The Hoosiers have now taken a 40-point lead over the Oregon Ducks, who, I remind you, 13-1, number 5 Oregon Ducks. Here's the extra point to make it 41. And it is up. Perfect. Another one. 8 for 8 on extra points tonight. 8 for 8 on touchdowns tonight. No need to kick a field goal. This could be worse if they wanted it to. I'll tell you that much. This could absolutely be worse. People want to say, you talk about the sheer athleticism of Keelan Black on the play, which, again, I don't know why he's still in, but people talk about the athleticism of him. Both of the lines of scrimmage for Indiana are absolutely monstrous. The offensive line is making pushes and making their way for him. I'm looking at this Mendoza stat line. He's 17 of 20 for 177 yards and 5 touchdowns. And would you be surprised, everybody, if I told you, looking at Kirk Cignetti right now, guess what? Still no smile. Color me shocked. Kickoff goes out of bounds for another touchback. And it might as well be 1st and death here for Oregon, because it doesn't necessarily matter what they do here. They could probably just throw another pick 6 and everything would be just as it always has been.
All right.
Darcy, appreciate the 2 says, to think I was worried about this game last night. What, are you a Hoosier? Congratulations on the win. Going on to play in the national championship. You've blitzed past your entire competition. You're going to join the likes of LSU, Clemson. Are those the only 2? LSU, Clemson, and Georgia. I think those are the only 3 teams. I think Chicago is in there somewhere too, if you want to include them. But you're going to be joining the list of teams to go 15-0 in a season. How that ends in the national championship, yet to be determined. But what we do know is that you're at least going to be 15-0, and the joyride continues into the national championship. And now we're just waiting for the clock to go down. Oregon sitting here at the 39-yard line on 1st and 10. Bunch formation. Rolls out of the pocket, throws out of bounds to the sideline. The D line for Indiana gets to him again. 2nd and 10 coming up. Oh, you saw it? You saw him smile? That's the thing. I looked over at him for a good minute. He wasn't smiling. That's what I said earlier, is that you actually have to see it with your eyes. Back to throw on a screen. Nothing given there. Oh, he is going to get some. How about that? 7 or 8 yards. RSPN, appreciate the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Thank you all for tuning in on Twitch. I don't know why I don't know why my Twitch isn't working over here on the stream. I'm supposed to get a notification for whenever there's a raid, but thank you very much for joining us here. Welcome, welcome. Good to see all you guys. We're just watching Oregon continuously getting belt to cheeks over here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Here's a handoff directly up the middle. Tries to dodge past the first man, and he'll get the first down to the 49-yard line. Harris able to at least get the first down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, this is a beatdown. No, this won't be the biggest blowout in Natty. Georgia TCU topples that by a significant margin. You're not coming close to that. Nobody is. Back to pass. Here's Moore rolling out of the pocket again. Throws late, out of bounds. 2nd and 10 coming up. They're trying to get some sort of silver lining here. I feel like if they score at least 20 points on Indiana, they'll make themselves feel a little bit better about what's been an absolute evisceration of their entire program tonight. But there ain't much else to feel good about, I'll tell you that much. At this point, the only people left who are actually enjoying what we're watching are Indiana fans, Washington fans, Oregon State fans, other rivals of Oregon that I don't remember. Pretty much, that's the only people who are enjoying this. Outside screen here, good enough to get the first down all the way inside the 40. So it's looking like the Duckies might actually get another touchdown in, but I mean honestly, who cares? Yeah, if Indiana wants to beat that Georgia TCU blowout, they're going to have to do a whole lot more than this. Helmet-to-helmet contact on that hit to Hill. No targeting call made. Clock will continue to go down. Here's Moore again on a play action. Throws on the outside. He's got a man wide open. Missed him way too high. And it is going to be 2nd and 10.
All right.
Boykin trying to jump up to get it. Almost hurt his leg doing so. Donald Satowski, appreciate the 10. Thank you very much. Says, be honest. Well, you admit that the Big Ten has passed the SEC. Been doing that. Where have you been? I've been saying that for a month on end. I've been saying that all season. The Big Ten is far past the SEC. Not even close. It's not even a competition. Outside handoff, again, nothing given there. 3rd down and long coming up. And again, 4-down territory. I feel like I'd almost feel bad for Oregon if they don't get this. If they don't get this and try to kick the field goal, I'd almost feel bad for them. Takes us to the 2-minute warning. 3rd and 12 coming up for the Duckies, trying to make themselves feel better about what's been an absolute evisceration of their program. That's all they can do and all they can hope for, though. No, the ACC has not passed the SEC. Come on. Miami has passed the ACC. And the SEC. I've said it an abundance of times before, but conference blazers and conference haters, two of the most annoying niches in the sports world. Because that's all they talk about. That's all they look towards. They're not able to. They can't enjoy the game because they're so busy trying to compare all these different things at their conference. Oh, well, the 9th best team in the Big Ten just beat the 11th best team in the SEC. So therefore, Big Ten miles ahead of the SEC and everybody else. And who cares? Nobody cares. H-Dog, thank you very much for the 2, says, it's okay, Oregon. There's always the Pac-12 to rejoin. That is true. They do have the Pac-12. Heard they're hiring. Pac-12 literally has a sign that says, now hiring. Anyway, here's another Squiddy for you. Say, right, points now mute at this point, considering we're almost to the end of the game. But one of these days, I know when I wear that hot dog costume, boy, that's gonna look great on me. Indiana finna get every 5-star after joining after this. They're gonna get some talent. I know that for a fact, and I've been saying it before. Kirk Cignetti has built this roster out of mostly transfers in whatever was left of Indiana back when the newest coaching search was made. Think about what this is going to be like years from now when Cignetti has built a roster out of recruits completely in his image. That's going to be a nightmare scenario for the rest of the college football world. This could be the start of another dynasty. Finally, somebody, Saban passing the baton to another coach. Just think about it. Alabama started out like this too. Alabama was in the dumpster. Now, they weren't near Indiana status. Indiana was they were the biggest train wreck in the college football power world historically. But Alabama wasn't that much better off, at least for the time they were in. They sucked. And then Saban came in and slowly brought them up to championship status. Well, I mean, it didn't take that long. It only took him like 3 years. But Indiana, I mean, Cignetti, in his first 2 years, this is the best I've seen a coach in his first 2 years at a power program. Just insanity.
All right.
I mean, I've never seen anything like that. Here's a good run by the Duckies. Big catch, good run, rolls into what might be the end zone. I think is going to be just short. Johnson on the screenplay gets it all the way within the 5-yard line, and Oregon's going to have a chance to make this look at least a little bit better before this thing is wrapped up. Tronathon with the 5, thank you, says, greetings from an American in Korea. It's disturbing how Indiana has turned around so quickly. And yeah, like I previously mentioned, just wait until they get all the recruits that they want to in. Thank you very much for the 5. Thank you for checking in from Korea. That's cool. Love it getting some attention from the international fans. First and goal, down to 1:30 left to go. Here's a handoff, man ball straight up the middle. Nothing given on that one, straight at the line of scrimmage, 2nd and goal. Clock is going down for them. They're down to 1 timeout. 57 seconds and down it goes. Keeps going. They're taking their sweet time. They want this to be basically the final play. They don't want Indiana to get the ball back so that they can take a victory formation. 2nd and goal. 42 seconds to go. 3 wide set. Down at the 2. Dante Moore throws on a one-on-one to the end zone. Well overthrown and incomplete. But they're going to get bailed out to a pass interference. Flag comes in. That's going to give Oregon a free set of downs and get them all the way to the 1-yard line. I'm keeping my eye on Cignetti here. I'm waiting. He's pacing around the sideline. I'm waiting for him to throw the headset. Well, he didn't throw the headset, but he was doing a whole lot of this. Psychopath, man. Anyway, here we go. Dante Moore fumbles the snap. It's going all the way back at the 10. Throws a prayer to nowhere land. It's incomplete. Got away with one right there. Fumbled the snap, wasn't ready for it. It's going to be 2nd and goal with 29 seconds to go. What are we doing, man? At least get this score so that we don't feel bad for you. Like, come on. At least just get this. You've got 1 yard. Why are they throwing the football is what I want to know. Do they not trust their running backs to get 1 yard? Here we go. I formation. Here's the handoff. No, it's Dante Moore looking towards the end zone. And it's caught! He caught it! He did it! They finally did it! Touchdown, Oregon! Roger Salapeja with the touchdown in the end zone. He did it! Congratulations, Oregon. You did it. Yay! Woo! Let's go, Duckies. Let's play their honorary theme for them. Extra points good. New score is 56-22. With 22 seconds left on the clock. All right. Now hear me out. Not that. Hear me out. Hear me out here, okay? What if, because this, you never know what could happen. 22 seconds. Let's do the math here, okay? Let's do the math. Oregon is down by 34. 34 points. That's 5 scores. So what they need is they need to do an onside kick, return it to the end zone. That'll take out about 5-6 seconds of clock. Then what they need to do is they need to do that again. That'll take out another 5 to 6 seconds. Do it again. But except do it again, but then force the penalty so that there's no clock infringement. And then do it again, but also force another penalty so that the clock doesn't run. And then do it again. Score 35 points in a row, and they got the win. We could see it. Who knows? Let's see what they do here. Kickoff. This one is kicked. It sails all the way to the end zone. The dream is dead. Oh my goodness. I must feel bad, man. I did not want a blowout in any given circumstance. You want a cookie, Oregon? Yeah. They're showing Dante Moore crying, hugging Dan Lanning on the sideline. I almost feel bad. Well, that's it for you. There's the final knee, and the game is over. Thank you. Thank goodness, man. I don't know how much more of that I can take. Indiana, the Indiana Hoosiers, for the first time in their program's history, are going on to play for a national championship. Kirk Cignetti has worked a dadgum miracle here at Indiana. He destroys the Duckies in a rematch game and will go on to play for the possibility of Indiana's first ever national championship in football history. 56-22, your final score. I think the message has been sent to the Canes. If you're Miami, I think you know all too well what to get ready for. It's very, very clear that this team means daggum business. Most wins in his first 2 years at a school since the AP poll debuted in 1936. 26 wins for Kirk Cignetti at Indiana in his first 2 years as the head coach of the Hoosiers. Set a record historically for the program and for the NCAA. Indiana goes to 15-0, will join the likes of LSU, Georgia, and Clemson as well as Chicago, as the only teams to do it. The Hoosiers, I would say they're back, but there was never anything to go back to. This is an uprising of a program that was at the very bottom of the college football hierarchy power program wise. They were down there with the likes of Vandy, Purdue, Oregon State. Power programs that have done nothing over the last 100 years other than shit all over their own foot and be basically a bye week for the opposition. In 2 years' time, Kirk Cignetti has transformed the Indiana Hoosiers football program from that pathetic, lowly status to what could potentially be the newest dynasty of college football. The run's not over yet, gentlemen. It's not over. Miami could pull off the unthinkable and stop it. But if they go in and they beat the piss out of the Canes like we all think they do, I'm telling you what, this will be known as one of the best runs in college football history. It's just a fact. 2019 LSU, 2022 Georgia, 2018 Clemson, all of those were special in their own right. They were. But those were from programs that have been consistent contenders in college football on a yearly basis. This is coming from Indiana, the bottom of the barrel historically. Not even just a low-tier team, not even just not even a bad historically program. They are the historically worst power program in the entirety of the Power Four. And yet here they are, going on to play for a national championship. Wow. I'd use this as an opportunity to rag on Oregon some more because, let's be honest, it sucks for them going yet another year just short of a national championship, crapping all over your own foot like you did in the Rose Bowl last year, like you did in the 2010 championship against Auburn, like you did in the college football playoffs against, who was it? Florida State? Doesn't matter. Or Ohio State? No, it was. I think it was. I think they beat Florida State and then made the championship game and then got beat down on the big stage by Ohio State. I think that's how that went down. All that matters is it's another year of Oregon not making the Natty, and it would be a good opportunity to rag on them for that. But let's just be real here. They just might be they might have just met straight force into a combine. I think that's all there is to it. If you're an Iowa fan, you got to feel real good about yourself. Or Penn State. Indiana needed game-winning touchdowns to surpass you. Here they are dragging top contenders up and down the field for 60 minutes. Meanwhile, rewind to the regular season, they needed a game-winning touchdown to beat the likes of Iowa and Penn State. Boy, Big Ten's a different league. All right, let's see here. MSJ, thank you very much for the 5, says, good season, Oregon, you'll be back. Thanks for streaming this, Squid. I'm at work and can't watch. Can't believe my guys are in the Natty. Unreal. Yeah, no, I mean, what a season for him. And I mean, it's crazy to think that we've made it to this point, but here we are. Okay, who I got pinged in the Discord. Who's abusing their mod status? Because somebody changed the general chat name.
All right.
You better change it back, or there'll be hell to pay. You better watch it, bub. Joel Shee, thank you for the 2, says, thinking God counter. Mendoza 7, Beck 0. Yeah, not looking good for you, Beck. Not looking good for you. I mean, well, I'll thank you for getting Georgia. Well, you didn't necessarily get Georgia out of the conversation. You got the different leagues out of the conversation, though. Yeah. Great stream, bro, but legit, please don't over exaggerate sports news. Had me feeling like New York City got nuked or something. Well, I was laughing at it when I first saw it, so I'm telling you what right now, if that was the news that came out, I would not be smiling at it, but you should know me by now. I over-exaggerate a lot of things, so, but I'll try my hardest. I'll try my hardest. Right, guy, appreciate the 5 says, I hate it when people say Oregon's going to be back. No, we aren't. Brother, to be fair, you guys were saying this exact same thing last year. You guys said, oh, we don't have a quarterback. We don't have a consistent offense. Our defense is going to get torched again. Oregon's going to fall off a cliff in the Big Ten next year. And then look what happened. You had a better year this year than you did last year. So you need to chill out. You're not Tennessee. You'll be fine. So, Indiana. Last Big Ten title was 1967. Snap that. They never got to the number 1 ranking in college football. Snap that. They never had a Heisman Trophy winner. Snap that. Now all they're waiting for is to find out whether or not they can bring their one and only national title to Bloomington. That'll be the ultimate thing. Appreciate you, Goob. Actually, in terms of titles and heartbreak, we are in Tennessee's league. Yeah, we have a national title. We just don't have one in the 21st century. This dude Fernando Mendoza just got done with the game. He just got done, and now here he is. He's sitting with Reese Davis on Sports Center right now. You got to love this, man. You got to love Fernando Mendoza, bro. He is such a class act, and I'm totally not saying this because he looks exactly like I do. We look like twins. I'm totally not saying it because of that. He's a hell of a guy. He's a hell of a player. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun watching him in the Natty. It's hard to not root for a guy like Fernando Mendoza. Because what a hell of a season they've had. But if Indiana goes out and blows out Miami in the national championship game, they'll most certainly be in the conversation for one of the best teams of all time. They will certainly be up there with the likes of 2019 LSU, 2018 Clemson, 2022. Well, Georgia ain't up there, but those other 2 teams I just listed, 2020 Alabama, they'll be up there with those teams. And it's crazy because you look at the talent composite of this squad compared to those other teams I just listed, and they're out of the stratosphere in terms of the other 3. Like those other 3, they're in the top 10 talent-wise, or they were in the top 10. This team was nowhere near that. I think they were like, what, top 50? Something like that. Oh, I need that hat. Elijah Sarrat is wearing this gigantic Chick-fil-A hat. I need that hat, bro. Where do I get that? Lucky ass. Bro, I want that hat. What a game, though. For Indiana. For Indiana. not for anybody else in particular. "2008 Florida was good, not the best." 2001 Miami. That's a close one to say. They're definitely up there. Yeah, Indiana was ranked. Worth mentioning, I think all the playoff teams from last year were ranked going into this year. Just teams like, Arizona State, Boise State, they fell off pretty quick. Thank you. Thank you. I can hear you from beyond the veil saying bless you. Yeah. Feels like Indiana should win this natty handily, but that natty's at Hard Rock Stadium, so they're basically playing at Miami's home game stadium. Now, to be fair, I will say this about it's in terms of home stadiums you have to travel to for the national championship. Indiana's getting the best possibility. It's like traveling to like the Rose Bowl, like if you were playing UCLA in a national championship. Or, if you were playing USC at their home turf. Like, yes, it's technically home field advantage, but they can't get their stadium half full anyway. So, this is probably going to be the fullest, though, we'll see Hard Rock Stadium, at least in terms of how many Miami fans are going to be there, because they're playing for a national championship. So, you've got to think that Miami fans are going to be there in bulk. You've got to think that. No, 2023 Michigan is good, and yeah, you're right. They did finish 15-0 and undefeated. But yeah, no, they're not up there. I don't think they're in the conversation for best of the best. Neither is 2013 FSU. I like James Crablegs Winston, but I don't think that team was up there on top. And Cignetti's finally cracking a smile. They shot out all the confetti for winning the Peach Bowl, and he's finally cracked a smile. How about that? You'll love to see it. Go Indiana. As a Boston College fan, I hate Miami. I'm surprised you don't hate everything else too. If I was a Boston College fan, I would literally hate everything. 23 Michigan is not an all-time team. Yeah. I mean, they're good. They were really good. Obviously good enough to win the national championship, but as compared to other title teams, probably not up there with the likes of 2019 LSU and 2001 Miami. Squidtard winning the natty. I always win the natty. Yeah, well, we'll see how Miami responds. Because the way, a lot of people thought Oregon was going to compete tonight, and they didn't at all in any capacity. They're not going to be thinking that about Miami on Monday. I promise you, all the talk from now until the game is kicked off is going to be how bad Miami is going to get their ass beat. Look, that's going to be all the talk, is about how bad the Canes are going to get belt to ass. So the question becomes, how do they respond to that? How do you, as a Miami Hurricane, respond to that information? Do you let that slide, or do you not take it? Are you going to take that, basically? Indiana's getting clown honked on the 7th floor. There's somebody who believes in the Canes. There aren't many who believe in them. Thanks, Rye Guy. Okay. Tardaria to the natty. Yeah. While you guys are in here, tune in tomorrow. We're actually going to be live over here on Squidtard Sports again. tomorrow night, same time as always, 7 o'clock. I'm going to show you guys. I get to show you guys the new field we got for Tardaria. It's going to be a much shorter stream. We're not going to be going 4 or 5 hours like we did these last 2 nights. But we will be live here on Squidtard Sports tomorrow. But also I will be live tomorrow earlier over on Squidtard earlier in the day, probably around 3 or 4. For the Pac-Man Festival and Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, because I wanted to get to that and I never got around to it. I'm going to spend the time I can grinding for those tickets, and then as soon as I'm done with that, I'll immediately move to showing you guys the Tardaria rosters. I'll show you guys the rosters, the new stadium that we've got. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. I highly recommend tuning into that. I cannot believe that Indiana is going to a natty in my lifetime. I mean, I'm right there with you, brother. I'm right there with you on that one. Of all the teams I would have expected to make the national championship, even going into this season, Indiana was nowhere near my list. So the job that they have done in this season really goes a long way to show just how insane this team has been. So we'll see if Miami can compete with that. You best know that they're going to come in with a chip on their shoulder, because all the talk going into this game on Monday, next Monday, is going to be how badly they're going to get their ass kicked. Is CFP going to be changed within 2 years because of what happened in the first round with the G5 particularly? Could change. I can't say for sure. I can't predict that it will. But if there is 100% a change coming to the way the playoffs are lined up, that would be where I guess it go. Is that they're going to probably eliminate the conference championship bids. So even if you win your conference, you won't get in unless they'll just do straight top 12 seeding. Is how I guess it's going to turn into. And of course, as always, that'll lead to crying for the 13th team or the 14th or the whatever, because that's always what it does. The first team that gets left out is the first one to start crying once they figure out they get left out. It always ends up that way. So it's gonna be something to witness, but we'll find out. It won't take us that long to figure it out, I'll say that much. Well, congratulations to Mendoza. The hell run continues for the Fighting Hoosiers, who will go on to play in the national championship, heavily favored against the Miami Hurricanes. Whether they come out on top, that's yet to be determined. Of course, we'll be live for that game on kickoff time, which will most certainly be 8 o'clock p.m. as it's always been. Nothing's ever going to change that. I'm looking forward to streaming that with you guys. We'll be live tomorrow on for the Tardaria roster reveal, along with the it'll be a much more relaxed hangout stream tomorrow. So we'll have a great time with that. But yeah, no, appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. You're all phenomenal people. Again, I feel like I've said that multiple times, but I feel like I owe you that. I was saying it again to you guys, especially after the rant I went on earlier about. I went on for more than 20 minutes about something completely unrelated to sports. And look, you guys are here. You guys are here to listen to me talk about college football. I like. You guys are here to listen to me, give my thoughts on the season, give my thoughts on everything else. You're here to listen to me yap about college football and college sports in general. So whenever I talk about something outside of that, I get concerned because I don't want to run people off by yapping about something completely unrelated to sports. But you guys, most of you guys in here listened, and to all of you guys, I greatly appreciate it because it goes a long way. It really does. Like I'm never gonna let the fame get to me in any capacity. We're all people. I'm not above any of you. I'm not. I mean, that's known to be the case, but I'm not above any of you guys. We're all people at the end of the day, and whatever you watch me for, I greatly appreciate it, and it goes such a long way. Yeah, no. It was stuff that needed to come out because I've been holding on to it for a while. Because when we first got into the relationship, I was told egregiously to keep it a secret, that I could not tell anybody about us. I'll tell you what, not gonna lie about it, should have been the very first obvious red flag. But I'm stupid. My heart was speaking for my brain. My brain was telling me something completely different that my heart wasn't. And I listened to my heart, and I wound up looking like a complete dumbass for it. So, again, I feel like I've yapped on it long enough. It's made me a better man because of what I now know as compared to what I knew before. But yeah, no, crazy stuff. What the heck did I miss? Earlier on in the stream, we were talking about Nico and Demar Williams and everything surrounding that, and about basically I was comparing it to what it's like to get cheated on, and I made the comparison to myself because I got cheated on, and then I told the story about that, and that's what that led to. You're the man to bring me attention to college football at all. Appreciate you for that. Appreciate you for watching. Sometimes women just feel like being Michigan. Had to be from the Big Ten. Could have been. Could have been. She was a secret agent from the Big Ten Conference. Should have known all along. They're trying to take down the SEC. Yeah, and another thing, which I previously mentioned here when I was talking about it, is as bad as that situation was for me and about how much strain it caused me, I know that there are probably people in here right now who have gone through worse, and maybe they have to face it alone. I don't know. I can't say for certain. If they're, I'm always a guy who likes to, hear out people, listen to their grievances. And I don't want anybody to go through that pain of having to deal with something like that alone. So, I mean, it's a struggle. It's a struggle. We're all content creators. We're all people at the end of the day. Some of us are content creators. Some of us aren't. But all of us have our own lives. We all work. We all, in some capacity, we've all got our own lives, whether it's work or school or just anything else in the world. We all have our own lives, and sometimes stupid things get in the way of that. And from somebody who's been through it all the way up and down and all around the place all over my entire life, I can say for certain that it's never a good thing to deal with that pressure alone. So if you ever need somebody to talk to, make sure you find somebody. Even if a close friend, close relative, family, never wrong to talk to a family member about it. Somebody you trust, and it could be Squidtard. Could be Squidtard. I'll hear you out. I'll hear you out through your transgressions, through your agony, even if it's just you being mad about your football team being asked. Trust me, I get that more than anything. So, whatever the deal is, we're all here for you, brother. I just got home from a family meeting. What in the heck is that score? Evisceration, and an example of what happens when you mess with Kirk Signetti. Aaron Parsons, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Says, we all go through struggles, but there is always a brighter day coming. You got this, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I mean, it is. It's a weight off of me because that was never going to be a sustainable relationship. And if I had let that go for longer, it probably would have just made me miserable. So I feel like that could have gone the best way because, yes, I got a lot of pain from it. It hurt. And I had to recover from that. But I learned very valuable lessons coming out of it. 60 Minutes on CBS featuring Squidtard. Yeah. No. There's quite a few different people. Whenever people get caught cheating, they always go through different phases. Sometimes you get the ones that just go dark and just go missing because they know that they can't bear to face the consequences. There are also those that pin the blame on you, and they act like they're the victim even though they cheated. Like they're the ones that cheated. They're the ones that used you, but nope, they're the victim. They're the victim because you put them in that situation to begin with, or whatever excuse there is. Don't you care about the suffering that I went through? No! Because think about what you did to me. I mean, come on, what are we doing here? As a Cougar, I am loving this. Cougar in what context? BYU, right? Or Washington State? Oh, Washington State. Oh, okay. Good. I didn't know what that was. Yeah. We're just dudes on the internet trying to live and relate to each other. Cheers to that. Damn right. Yeah, no. It was just a comment that jumped up out of nowhere. But yeah, no, I understand why you'd be loving this. Yeah, Wazoo fans got to be living that life right now. Same goes for Oregon State, Washington. They all got to be living their best life. Well, Washington, yes. I was gonna say maybe not so much now due to the Damon Williams situation, but they've got him now. So yeah, they're on cloud 9 again. I barely got out of a toxic, emotionally abusive relationship. It's a shithole of emotions. It's a lot, but there is a light. There is healing. But there's always hope. A new day. Damn right. Cheers to that, brother. Yeah, that's another thing, because this isn't the first time that I dealt with something like this. My first ex did something similar to it. Now, it was all the way back in high school. So it was a little bit different. The context around it was way different. And I knew her for way less time than I have the other person. So it hurt a lot less. But you know, for every experience that I went through, I came out a bit stronger because of it. And I realized what I want in a relationship, what I want when I eventually get with that special one, because not everybody's like this, obviously. There are a lot of people in here who probably don't do that, but I date, you know, whenever I go out on a date and say that I love somebody, I genuinely mean it. That, you know, I'm not fake. I'm not a fake person. I don't fake that around people. If I say I love somebody, or if I say something like that to somebody, I genuinely mean it. And what I've learned is that not everybody plays like that. Not everybody plays it that way. Sometimes when somebody tells you that they love you, they're just saying it to get you on their good side. They're just saying it to make you feel comfortable around them. They're just saying it so that you don't feel worried about them possibly going behind your back and cheating on you with two different people at the same time. The more you know, I guess. You were never there for me. Yeah, that's a good excuse right there. Uh-huh. You'd rather get your back blown out like Oregon by someone random on Tinder. All right, off the soapbox I go. Yeah, I'll tell you guys right now, avoid the dating apps, especially Tinder. Unless if you know what you're looking for and that's your type of thing, is just friends with benefits, then all the power to you. But if you're looking for a genuine relationship, you ain't gonna find it on no dating app. It's very rare. And even it's extremely rare that you find somebody through a dating app, because the dating apps are pretty much like the transfer portal. They're all coaches, which are girls or guys, whoever's viewing this. They're always looking for the best possible target. They're looking for the best possible match for them. They're going to be critiquing you on every little thing. You know, every single thing you do. How tall is he? How much does he weigh? What eye color does he have? What are his personalities? So if he likes video games, that's a big ick right there. Like it's that shit all over again. When you get to know somebody before going out on a date with them, especially if it's a friend of yours, you know a lot more about them than otherwise just getting with them in a date. Doesn't mean it's not impossible. It doesn't mean that you get on Bumble and you don't find the one that you've been looking for all these years, but the likelihood is very, very, very small. And the right one for you, and this goes for everybody, the right one for you isn't necessarily about their interests, it isn't about their interests, about the way they look. It's about their principles. Will they treat you the same way that you treat them? Will they give you the love? Will they give you the love and compassion that you deserve? Because if not, then you're just wasting your time. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your resources, your energy. You're wasting all of that on somebody who's never going to give that back to you. Because they don't care about you. They only care about what you can give to them. That's all it's ever been about. Because if they're not doing that for you, then literally all they care about is what they can take from you, whether it's money, whether it's your money, your views, clout chasing, all of it. All right. Brandon Oliver, thank you very much for the 2. Says, go get you a milkshake. You will feel better. Greatly appreciate it, brother, but unfortunately it's too late. Everywhere around me is closed for the time being. It's already too late for that, but I will get one tomorrow on your behalf. Thank you very much, good sir. Feel that one, Alex. Threw so much shit at me, and yet I was love blinded. It makes you ignore so many issues and red flags. It's a valuable learning experience. Yeah, trust me. Been through that right there with you on that one. When you're in love with somebody, you ignore a lot of the red flags and look past even the most heinous of crimes in a relationship. I've been through a messy breakup back in February, and I spent most of the year getting back on my right foot. Your channel actually helped me get a great laugh, so I owe you a great thank you to you. I'm glad to know that. Thank you very much for tuning in. And I'm glad to know that I've been able to help you in some capacity by being a dumbass who talks about sports all the time. It's not all... It's mainly dating apps where it's like transactional and they're constantly critiquing you on every single movement, because that's the whole point. They're going to be... The first thing that they see when they get the idea of you is either your interests or more accurately, the way you look. That's the first thing you're looking at. And if you're not like 6 feet tall or super physically fit, then you're already, you're already thinning the margin out pretty significantly there. But it's funny enough, it's the people who aren't the most fit or the most tall or in that situation, the most handsomest looking guy, quote unquote. It's the people like that who have the best principles and will be the best. It would be the best partner for anybody looking. So, the way I see it is all of your experiences throughout your earlier years, your high school, your college years, everything like that. It's even all the bad ones. They're all preparations for what it's going to be like in the real world. At least you got out before ending up like my uncle, lying on the floor with half a dozen stab wounds. Holy shit. Yeah, no, I hate to hear that, brother. Oh my God, yeah. People get crazy in relationships. They do. And some people, it's funny because whenever you start dating somebody who you just instantly met, you don't know who they really are. And that's why I've been so against online relationships, especially now after getting cheated on, is because once you meet somebody online, you're only seeing the personality they put up online. When you meet somebody in person and talk to them face to face, they can't put up the mask. They can't fake it when you're standing right there in front of them. And I think that's the main reason why this girl was so against me meeting her, is because of that exact situation right there. She didn't want me to see the real person behind the computer. On the next episode of FBS with Red and Squidtard, real life struggles and advice. Honestly, Red's probably better at this than me because he's older, so he has more of that to go off of. Cheesy, corny as this sounds, truly love someone, you generally have to love yourself. It's as corny as it is. No, it's great advice. That's why people keep saying it, because it's great advice to have. Here's another thing is I'm glad up until this point I haven't met the love of my life, or at least the best, or I guess the quote unquote best girl ever. You could put it that way. The one, you could say. I'm glad I haven't met her yet, because I haven't got my life together yet. And I feel like if I were to meet her at this point in my life, I'd ruin it. And that's the last thing I would want, is to ruin what could be something great. Keep building on yourself. You just graduated, building a great channel, have a great following. Everything will fall in place. You're absolutely right about that. That's the main thing. I just want to keep moving on, keep interacting with you guys, having a great time on here. But another thing is, and this is something I've been like ever since I've been on YouTube, for the past nine so years I've been on here, is that I never want to get to a point to where I'm fake, where I'm putting up a fake accent in everything that I do. I want to be real with you guys. I want you guys to see, like, I don't want you guys to know me, like, full on personally, like, nothing like that, but, I mean, like, I want to be real with you guys. I don't want to be fake and lie and manipulate people, because people like that are just miserable. They're miserable to be around, and not only do they damage the people around them, but they damage themselves, because they're burning every bridge, and, I do fear that that's what's going to happen to this girl after, her cheating on me, is that she's going to do that same thing to everyone else around her. Burn all of the bridges. And then what happens afterwards, I don't know. But she might be extra miserable. I don't want to think of that, but, it's just the way it do be. Congrats, Squid, on the shout out from Urinating Tree. Yeah, no, thanks to him and you. Yeah, I was stunned to see that when I first saw it. Yeah, no, shout out to Urinating Tree, man. I never would have gotten where I am right now if it weren't for him. So I greatly appreciate all the support and tips that he's given me as I've moved forward in my life. Yeah, I like having these conversations with you guys. Just these conversations where it's not even anything sports related. We're just having conversations about whatever. I'm grateful where I think I am right now. It feels like I genuinely have a path set for me, and I'm 26. I feel like I'm getting old, but old with potential and a chance to build my life around it. Yeah, if you feel like you're going somewhere, then that's a hell of a start. And it may not, chances are it may not be paved out for you. You may not instantly know where you're going in life. You may have a lot of questions and concerns. You may have a lot floating around in your head, but as long as you've got a general direction of what you want to do and where you want to go, life will pave the way for you, and eventually you'll find your way. Could be like the Manti Te'o situation. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Again, there are people in this live chat right now who probably had it worse than I did. Doesn't mean it didn't hurt. Obviously, it hurt. Otherwise, I would have never canceled that stream, the Tennessee-Arkansas game. I would have never canceled that. But, again, made me out to be a better person in the end. That's all there is to it. And, that's the main thing, is just I want to come out of this as a better person on my end, because I want to be the best person for y'all, my live chat, because you guys are giving your support and in many cases your money to support me, and I want to be the best I can be for y'all, because y'all are phenomenal people. I'm 44. Let me tell you, no woman will be your first true love. It will be when you hold your first kid. Nothing like it. Very true. Which is why I never want to rush into this thing. And that was, again, another mistake I made. I keep saying it, but I rushed into it when I wasn't ready. And we saw how it turned out. But even if I didn't rush into that, it never would have panned out good. I got cheated on too, but I told myself I could be better. As much as it hurt and was hell, I won't lie, but I got the last laugh. She's the one who kept bugging me to go back or try to talk. Yeah, no. It's her loss at the end of the day. You're not the one who messed up. You're not the one who cheated. You don't owe her anything because you're not the one who betrayed her trust. That's vice versa. You don't owe her a damn thing. And I certainly wouldn't go back and try to salvage it because there's nothing to salvage. And that's the best thing you can do, is to block her out entirely of your life. Our first love should be Jesus. Spoken like a true Notre Dame fighting Irish. But I agree. Hey, Squid, longtime viewer here. Didn't expect to see y'all talking this, but you're super funny and a really good guy, so I know you'll get back on your feet and find the right one for you. Well, I appreciate it, man. This is what Tardaria After Dark is all about, is just speaking to you guys on a much more personal level. And I greatly appreciate you showing up here. Hope to see you commenting more. Thank you very much for being on here. Squid giving relationship advice was not on my 2026 bingo card. Well, again, welcome to Tardaria After Dark. Great stuff happening over here when the lights go down. And, yeah, no, to be honest, after that absolute dud of a ball game, I feel like I owe it to you guys to be on here a little bit longer. No, our first love should not be Carson Beck. Anybody who thinks the Cavender twins are the love of their life, yeah, that's a bad move on their end. Broke up with him and then instantly started talking shit about him. She's probably the reason why Beck's in the national championship right now. It's her loss. She's missing out on all those in-person Squiddies. I mean, yeah, no. I offered several times to go. I can't tell you guys on the count of my hand how many times I offered to go see her. And here's the funny part, okay? This is what's so stunning about this whole thing. I know I keep digging the hole and telling you guys more and more about it, but here's one more thing. She eventually, for what part of it, caved and offered for me to go pick her up to go meet one of her best friends across the country. Let me say that again. She offered for me to come pick her up at where she was at to go across the U.S. to go meet one of her best friends. Now, come to find out, not that long afterwards, best friend in question, guess what? Also her boyfriend. What the fuck are we doing here? You gotta be kidding me. You've gotta be shitting out of my entire ass. Are you serious? Dog, what are we doing? Yeah. Should have known, you guys. I should have known. That was goofy of me. Yeah, one thing is I'm glad I didn't go through with it. Would have been a waste of time and money. Whew. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Love the channel. Sorry to hear about what happened. You got a great thing going here. Hope all physical and mental health is well. Well, thanks to you guys. It's doing doing pretty good right now. This is helping. But yeah, no, that all that is a true conversation that happened. Even when I heard it initially, when I was still love struck, I was like, what? What are we doing here? What the hell is wrong with her? Hell if I know, Alutron. I wish I had an answer for you. The mental toll and thoughts of questioning at the time, like you want to love, but in back of your head you have those thoughts. I feel that, brother. Well, it's another thing is like, you know, I took her at her word, and that was my problem. I should have known that she kept lying and kept bringing it up. I mean, even another thing that she said was that, like, she eventually pulled the "I don't want a relationship" card. And whenever you hear "I'm not ready for a relationship" is what she said, that's usually, you know, that's the death blow right there for anything. And in most cases, and it's not even just for her, but it's for most people who say that, whenever they say that, they don't actually mean it. They're just using it as a way to say, I don't want to be with you. And that's exactly what that was. Because she was, I mean, it didn't take her that long to find somebody else, another content creator, to throw directly back into the trap. I met this girl off the sketchy site Meet Me in 2015 and drove from Asheville to Lexington, North Carolina to see her, to learn that she'd been talking to 3 different dudes. Yep, that's there you go. And that's why I can't do online relationships anymore, because like I said, you're only seeing the mask that the person puts up on the screen. Not much of what they say in many cases is genuine. And it's like that for a lot of people. Is that they hide their true feelings. So a lot of that going on. I think the mustard costume brought this out of Squid. Potentially. You deserve so much better, Squid. I hope you find that person. Thank you very much, H-Dog. Tyler Rubum, thank you very much for the 5, sir. He says, my respect for Montana State grew after the Natty due to how classy/respectful their fans were to us Redbird fans. They're my Big Sky team now. Well, most FCS programs don't necessarily hold on to a really toxic fan base, so I'm not surprised that they were classy. Most of the lower division schools, classy fan bases, but you sometimes have the bad eggs, but more often than not, you know, they're good people. I mean, I dated someone for 3 years and never stepped foot in her house. We hung outside and at places and at my house until the night we broke up. She invited me inside as a last-ditch Hail Mary. Well, that's more progress than what I made. I'll tell you that much. At least she's making an attempt. And I don't know why you guys broke up, whether it was because she cheated on you or if it was a mutual thing on your end, but whatever the deal is, sorry to hear that, brother. Yeah, no, I dodged a nuclear warhead. Dating sites should not allow filtered pictures. Some of them are out here looking like cartoon characters. That too. Well, some of them just don't. Some of them are just goofy. Some of them are just incredibly goofy looking. And don't forget they lie about their age. That too. And that can go both ways, either too old or too young. Remember this one time I was on Bumble a couple of years ago, and as I was scrolling through, I saw what looked to be a 90-year-old woman. I mean, literally, it looked like a fossil straight out of the years that Minnesota was winning national championships, like that type of thing. And it said on her dating profile that she was 22. Like, the fucking 22? More like 82? What are we doing here? Yeah, no, so, and again, like I said, that goes both ways. Because you've got these dumb people who get on there. They obviously don't look like adults, but they pose as that they are adults, and then they're like, oh, by the way, I'm actually only 16. Okay, great. Thank you for telling me that before I invested anything further. Bye-bye. Give it a second. Soundboard doing the lag thing. Come on. You're almost there. There we go. That's what I was waiting on. Vaping and smoking makes you look like you're 80 when you're 22. Well, I can promise you this: she was not 22. At the bare minimum, she was at least 15 years older than what she was saying. I mean, I'm not kidding you guys. She looked like it was literally a daggum skeleton. It's ridiculous. Only had 22 birthdays. Oh, then there you go. That would make a lot more sense. But she didn't mention that in her dating profile, so we're not going off of it. We're not basing it off of that. Not to age myself, but stuff like that is exactly why I try to do first dates at bars. They do the carding for you. It's a good idea. No, you're not wrong there. Or in most cases, if you're going out on a date with somebody, here's the thing. If you go on a date with somebody and you tell them with a straight face, let's go to Chick-fil-A, and they agree, they're the one. Dead ass. I'm the biggest Chick-fil-A glazer on the planet, so like obviously my opinion on that is biased, but that goes for any fast food restaurant. If you tell them on their first date, let's go to this fast food restaurant, and they say yes, they're the one. Straight up. Dead ass. We're definitely going to see the hot dog costume next season. You very well could. But I'm probably going to buy... you guys love this costume, so I'm probably going to buy more before it's all said and done. But this will be the go-to for every single stream when we get to that threshold, because it's such a... It's such a standard of my channel, so... Yeah. Let's go to Arby's, girl. Okay, now... Arby's is terrible, so... I cannot agree with you on that one. Oh, she looked like the old Momo meme. I remember that. Honestly, I thought my ex was the one because I said, let's go have tacos, and she immediately said yes with glittering eyes, and that was my doom. Yeah, no, well, okay, maybe I should rephrase it, because now you're bringing me on to something. You might be on to something there. Okay, you might be on to something. Okay, maybe I'll rephrase it. More than likely, she's the one, if she agrees to go to a fast food restaurant on the first date. Cannot confirm that, okay? Cannot confirm that. I should have rephrased that from the start. Chick-fil-A is where it's at, and most people know that. Most people with a good semblance of mind, they absolutely know that. Reality is, I could get milkshakes anywhere, but I choose Chick-fil-A because they're the best, right besides McDonald's. Finding someone in college is a move. To be honest, for anyone that is a student or going soon, it feels pretty easy to get to know someone and their goals. Met my girlfriend in a class we had together. Hell yeah, brother. Not that I'm saying I didn't try, but I didn't do that much interaction in college anyway, so I really didn't get that opportunity. Now, there was one girl I did talk to 2 years ago during the fall semester. She was in a couple of classes of mine, not just one, but a couple. We even did some group projects together. And just like the last one I just got out of, she displayed interest in me from the start. She started talking to me. I told her, like, I haven't been to that many restaurants here in downtown Knoxville. And she was like, oh boy, well, let's go to some. I was like, all right, bet, let's do it. And so she planned out a bunch of places for us to go, and we never did it. And I was like, so what's the plan here? And then eventually on the final day of the semester, because it wasn't going anywhere, I asked her straightforward. I was like, hey, so I was just wondering, I know you're going out of town, to see your family over Christmas break, but when you get back, do you want to go eat at one of the places? I think it was Raising Cane's. And she was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. Never happened because come to find out, week after that, she blocked me. Flip of a switch, I guess. Randomly just decided, I'm not really all that interested. You can go ahead and just... Get out! So, literally, out of nowhere, she just randomly decided, we're not going to do that. Anything from Chick-fil-A sounds good right now, I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie with you on that regard. Twin Peaks. Oh, yeah, Twin Peaks. We do have one of those pretty close. You're all right. Whataburger, too. Ray's and Kane's date, bro, could have started perfectly. Her loss. Yeah, no. I mean, from the last time I've seen her, it's been a while, but as I expected, she didn't take long to rebound off of that because she found another guy, found an actual boyfriend. Yeah, no, she just randomly decided to ghost me out of the blue. She seemed interested and then all of a sudden she decided that she wasn't interested in it anymore. And out of nowhere, that's where it all fell apart. I don't know why. I can't figure it out. She never told me. She just straight up decided that she wasn't interested anymore and she found another guy. I go to Nebraska. No, we suck. It's a basketball school now, but I'd trust finding my wife there compared to Arizona State. You're not wrong. Arizona State and Florida State are two schools I would not trust to find my longtime partner. Party schools are the worst place to find it, especially if you decide to go in one of the either fraternities or sororities. Go along with that. Karma is sweet. It will find a way to get back at them in due time. It will. You're probably not wrong there, because this is just like for every relationship or anybody that's wronged me. They'll do it to somebody else. They'll do it to the wrong person, and then everything will come to light. That's all there is to it. And even with the newest one, you know, she does content creation too. So, hope it all works out for her. I truly do. But I know that if she continues to go down that path, she could get the C word. We don't like the C word. The C word on in any social media platform. If you're trying to grow somewhere, that's if you get hit with the C word, you're almost donezo. And I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's canceled. The word is canceled, in case you were wondering. Trying to find love at a party school is like looking for a spot in one of the dorm rooms that doesn't light up under a backlight. Yeah, good luck with that. Holy shit, I crashed before the game started. What the hell happened? Kirk Cignetti made an example. They made... Kirk Cignetti made an example out of another team on their way to the national championship, so... Miami's going to have a lot of responding to do if they're going to want to get out of that one. I'm a senior in high school. I've only asked one girl out, and I was let down easy in friend zone. I've heard so much other drama from all my other friends about relationships, and it makes my head spin. Yeah, I get that. When the friends that you have are all in relationships and you're not, it's easy to pretend, look at yourself as like the odd man out. But I promise you, you're not. It doesn't work that way. I promise you this, that you know, it's better off to do it that way. It's very rare that you're gonna find. It's very, very rare that you're going to find your wife in high school. Very rare. I mean, for my dad didn't meet my mom until she was out of college, and working. Now it's not impossible. I mean, C-Dog, you guys know C-Dog, Georgia Tech YouTuber. He found his wife in high school, so it's not impossible, but just very unlikely. Goodness, please tell me she's not one of those that does a hot tub stream on Twitch. Oh no. Telling you what right now, if that were true, I never would have done it. I never would have done it. Never in my life would I have ever even thought of dating a girl who does OnlyFans or anything like that. You're just asking for it. There was only one girl I ever loved and had feelings for, and I haven't seen her in 2.5 years since high school, and she has been dating a guy for over 2 years. Yeah, good for her. Just hope it all works out in the end for everybody, both of y'all. Hope she's able to sustain her relationship, and I hope that you're able to find a good way to move on and focus on yourself, because that's what's more important than anything. My old man met my mother at 27. Nothing is impossible. Not wrong about that. Dan Lanning thought Indiana was playing for clicks instead of Googling Kurt. Well, they certainly weren't playing for clicks there. They were playing for death. Here's a big issue. Men are always taught how to treat a woman, but women are rarely taught how to treat a man. Well, it's common knowledge to any person, and it's not even just a gender thing. It's worldwide necessarily. But if you've been taught right from wrong, just off the bat, it's common knowledge, knowing what to do whenever you see a good man or a good woman. It's very common knowledge what you do in those situations. What do high schoolers know about love? I'm 26 and still trying to figure it out myself. Well, love has a variety of different meanings depending on who you are. And sometimes the love is stronger or weaker depending on who you are. I mean, I'm one of those people. I'm a very emotional person, so I fall in love very quick. When I do, I fall hard. Hence why I went into that relationship guns a-blazing, didn't really think about it when it happened, and I paid the price for it. Learned a lesson from it, too. I was never in a relationship with her, but yeah, I agree with your advice, Squid. Yeah, especially if you were never in a relationship with her. And another thing is that, like I said, people grow up and mature over time. I'm telling you right now, like I said before, I would never, it's more likely I would slap and punch in the face the past version of myself in high school than I would date them. I would never date my high school self. And if I were a woman, I wouldn't date me in high school either. Because I was immature, not a complete and total shitbag for the most part, but I was an idiot. I was a moron who didn't know personal boundaries, and it made me look like an idiot. And I was like that all the way from middle school all the way through high school. Obviously, I matured a shit ton in college once I got there, but yeah, no. In that period, you would not want to be friends with me at all. I'm a Virginian and I'm happy as fuck. Nice. You're not wrong about that. Love has different meanings. Some love hugs, some love gift giving, and some love massages like Deshaun Watson and Justin Tucker. Cannot lie about that. I've got something for working getting out, I'll tell you that much. High school me was an idiot. 0 out of 10 I would not recommend. I was an edgy COD 4 kid. Feel you right there. Yeah, the main reason... it's not the main reason. I love talking to you guys, but I can't make the Oregon Get Out video right now because it's too late at night. But I'll get on it tomorrow, and you guys will receive it before tomorrow's stream, more than likely. If there's one thing I learned is that love cannot be spelled without education and physics. Hard to argue against that. Education and physics. Education for sure. Bro, if I met my younger self, I'm kidnapping his ass for the beating of a lifetime, like on my mama. Feel that one. Glad I grew up. We all grow up eventually. Well, most people do. Yeah, no. This is a lot of pain in this world, I'll tell you that much. If I met my younger self in high school, I would definitely slap my younger self in the face a few times without a doubt. Yeah, I mean we're all right there with you. I mean, it's something we all go through. I mean, I think about it all the time. I mean, I go back to previous conversations I've had with people in the past, and I literally do this and hold my head back and cringe. It's like when you get one of those random migraines that come out of nowhere. That's what it feels like. Do not recommend it to anybody. That being said, I mean, obviously we're all different people now, so no point really focusing on the past. But sometimes it'll come up in tiny little intervals, and you'll be like, "Oh God, why did I say that?" I mean, I'm right there with you on that regard. If it wasn't for my past breakups, I wouldn't have had the lessons I learned. That's also very true. Like I said earlier, I mean, I'm never gonna regret going into that relationship because even as sad as it ended, I came out of it a better man. All right. Leif Obstad with the 269 says, "Who's ready for my famous charred duck?" Says Kurt Signetti. You most definitely guarantee Miami is. You know, now that I think about it, Miami is the second closest thing to a duck. Remember, the duck is they got the duck as a mascot, so they're pretty close to it. They're giving him an example of what they plan to do to him next Monday. Talking relationships late at night with a guy dressed up as a bottle of spicy mustard. Absolute cinema. Yep, don't get this content anywhere else. Welcome to Tardary After Dark. Yeah, no, I mean, it's bad. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. At the end of the day, many painful dating experiences are experiences and learning moments. How we handle and improve on it is a part of healing and understanding ourselves. Yeah, because here's the thing. I've you know, like somebody told me that I should reveal everything publicly, including who I was dating, what happened, and everything else in between. And I think to myself, why would I do that? It would just be bitter. I would be punishing myself because I would just be bringing it back up. I'd be bringing her into it, and then on top of that, I'm bringing everybody else on Twitter or wherever else it goes into it. And that's the one thing I do not want to do because you end up in drama. Boy, it's going to take a while to get that one stopped. This stream is one shitty green screen and open phone call away from being the perfect public access TV after midnight show. Well, unfortunately, I don't have access to that, but I have the next best alternative. Give me a second. Is this close enough? How's that? Yeah, I tried. We do red for Indiana. Here, we'll do that. Go Hoosiers. I love that we're talking about growth and learning on a shitpost channel, and I'm all for it. Well, I like to keep it real with you guys sometimes. Again, this is what Tardary After Dark be like. Better than Paul Feinbaum. Paul Feinbaum. Wonder how he's doing right now. Nobody needs to know about your life, and I respect that. I've seen YouTubers in the past do that and ended up being their downfall. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it happen to, like, for example, even somebody brought up Cinder earlier. It's gone full circle because now it's resurfacing, and the people that were initially part of the allegations in the first place, the ones that dropped it initially, like Bao and Shy Lily, now they're getting their comeuppance, and they're looking like the bad guys in this situation. It never ends well. I've seen the drama too many times to know that even if you didn't do anything necessarily wrong, it always ends with both sides getting punished. And there's nothing good that comes from that. And even, you know, I can only hope from the sidelines that she recognizes what she's doing before it's too late, because that's the thing. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to expose anybody. There's no point in doing that. But there's somebody down the line who might. And that'd be terrible. Because any of that gets exposed, and that's probably the end of any end of your content creation career or anything else that you might have dreamed up. It would be a horrible situation. I could never get bitter enough to where I'm actively rooting for someone's downfall. I get why people do it when they've been wronged, because it's easy to get that way whenever you're in that situation and you're the one who was wronged, you're the one who got screwed, and not only that, but you feel like the person who did it is living their best life, that they're not getting any sort of punishment for it. And you think to yourself, oh, this shit ain't fair. I received all this punishment. I went through all this suffering. And now the person in front of me is completely fine. Like they never went through any sort of that pain. They don't even care. And believe me, I understand that. Absolutely. Because 100% I would want to be in that situation. I would, if I were in your shoes and you went through that type of pain worse than what, that was like, or cheated on or anything like that, it's easy to want to expose everything and then prey on their downfall and hope that they get their comeuppance because, well, it's a bad situation. But promise you this, 100%, all it's going to do is just make you bitter. It's going to make you hate the people around you. It's going to ruin your future relationships. And then to top it all off, if nothing else, it could ruin you. So that's never a good thing. Most of the time, it takes them getting pregnant for it to be a wake-up call. Unfortunately, in cases, you're not wrong, but miracles do happen. Sometimes people wake up. They realize what they're doing is wrong. And, you give it enough time, and maybe, she'll realize what she was doing was terrible and wrong, and she'll wake up to it. But I don't know. People with that type of mindset to where they think they can get away with everything, especially when you give them a platform to do that on, it ain't a pleasant situation more often than not. So I'm not going to wait for something to happen. I'm also not going to hold a grudge, because neither of those things are going to do me any good. The only people Squid root for their downfall are Nico and Tim Banks. I don't even necessarily want Tim Banks to fail. I just know he's gonna. Cause he doesn't have it. For Nico, it may, I don't know. I think the only person in football I want to watch actually have a failing season is Lane Kiffin. That's it. Sometimes to be the better person, it requires to bite down on the ego and walk away, and pride is one hell of a drug. That's for certain. That's for certain. Yeah, no, I mean, when this initially went down and everybody figured it out, most of the people involved went right back to her. Went right back to her in no time flat. And so I felt pressured back then to be, to join that party and join that club. It's a stupid decision, and I should have known better. But it's why we make these mistakes in the first place, to learn from them and to be a better person in the future. If Indiana can make the Natty, then it's sure as shit possible for you to find the one. Damn well true. Very, very true. I'm not gonna go actively searching because, well, for every time I don't find that one, I'm just gonna be more bitter because of it. But, working on yourself, being the best person that you possibly can be. Maybe down the line you'll find the right one. Whatever the world has planned for you. Life will sometimes kick you in the ass, and sometimes it'll give you fantastic gifts. You just never know. Second worst belt to ass Indiana has given up in the CFP, and it was 34 points. This team is special. Oh yeah, no doubt. They've got it. This is their season to blow. And it all depends on whatever they do against the Hurricanes. They will be the better team in that battle. And as long as if the offensive line does what it did tonight, they should run through the Canes. Tim Banks' tackling style will make anyone want to pray for his downfall. Oh, I'm gonna scoop you by the legs. Oh, dadgummit, I missed you. Oh, better luck next time. Yeah, trust me, I'm right there with you on that one. Right there with you on that one. Cannot argue with you on that notion. Life is one roller coaster, is one giant wheel of fortune. Inspirational words from Andrew the Hoosier. Imagine telling a guy who's been in a coma the last 2 years that Indiana would belt to ass Alabama and Oregon in consecutive games in the CFP. Oh, what a timeline that would be. Huh? Right? The Indiana Hoosiers. They'd think it was basketball. They'd be like, oh yeah, of course the basketball team runs through in Alabama and Miami. This is basketball. Time does its own thing. Just as the first one came to you, the next one will come differently. It just requires time and patience. Another thing is a lot of people lack the fear, pressure, and nihilism. That is very true. It's often really tough to ask somebody out because you're often thinking about all the possible scenarios, about all the ways that she could say no, or she could call you out or something like that. You never really know. You never really know what that's like in the end. But let me tell you what, the pain that comes from rejection is a whole lot less severe than the agony of never even attempting it. That's something worth learning too. I am sort of worried Fletcher could run through Indiana's defense. That is Miami's best chance. That's the biggest thing right there, is how Mark Fletcher is going to do against that Indiana defensive front. They other than the few 70-yard runs that Oregon got on Indiana, I mean, the Hoosiers did a great job shutting down the run game. They had 9 total yards rushing in the first half. So if they keep that up, I think they've got the Canes right where they want them. Yeah, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. What a conversation we had in here. "100% agree, Squid. It is better to try and fail than live forever with the agony. I also sort of worry about Miami's screens to Tony. I doubt that's gonna be a lesser problem than the run game. If they're able to shut down the run game and force Carson Beck to sling the football, I trust their defense way more than Ole Miss's. I think they're gonna force some turnovers. It's just the way it is. That's what Carson Beck do best. Rejection is pain. Heartbreak is a miserable experience, but are necessary in a way. As much as we hate it, it's part of life and learning. Yeah, that's another thing. For every time you go through, for every single time you go through that experience, every single heartbreak, every single rejection, you get stronger. That's another thing, because you've dealt with it before. You know what it's like. It's all a learning experience that you use towards the next run. And that's the way it is. The girl you didn't like, or the girl that you liked didn't like you back, well, sucks for her. On to the next one. That's the way it goes. Same goes if you're a girl. You ask out a guy, the guy didn't like you, or he cheated on you, or whatever he did, screw that guy. Ain't the right one for you. You move on to the next one. Now we just need Carson Beck to throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. Trying to manifest something that I promise you is probably not going to happen. I almost said something I might have regretted there. Glad I put the probably in. Indiana needs to make this game with the Miami a quarterback duel because Beck won't win one with Mendoza. No, not a chance. I'm going to keep an eye on that injury report. I want to see what's up with Mesidor, because his injury status is going to be extremely important heading into that game time. I know that for a fact. Why is no one giving Miami a chance, brother? Did you see what Indiana just did to Oregon? The way that looks, I don't think anybody's getting past that. And Carson Beck's the quarterback. That also. But yeah, no, it might fuel them. It might fuel the Canes. I'm telling you what, they are going to be hearing for the next 10 days up until that national championship. All they're going to be hearing is about how they aren't good enough to beat Indiana, about how they won't even come close to beating this squad. That's all they're going to be hearing from this point onward up until they get to that game. I'm willing to bet that they might come in with a chip on their shoulder and will play harder than they've ever played before. So I do think it's going to be competitive. But that Indiana team, man, they are an absolute machine. I'm very intrigued to see how it goes, I'll tell you what. If nothing else, I am very interested to see what the end result looks like in the end game. If you're feeling anything as an opportunity to get better and improve yourself, on a completely different note, have you been keeping up with college basketball? On a casual note. I know that at least the general consensus of what's going on, but I'm not like diehard watching every game. I've never been able to do that, especially when the college football season's going on midway through. But I'll start, now that the season's coming to a close, I'll more than likely pay quite a bit more attention, especially when March Madness rolls around and I got to make a video about it. It does hurt Miami's chances that Carson Beck nearly choked away the game against Ole Miss. He's damn lucky he has Tony. Oh, yeah. Malachi, Tony. Again, it's going to come down to their run game. If Fletcher and Tony are able to make something out of the run game, they've got a much better shot. I saw the stat the other day, Squid, but did you know the average age of a player on Indiana's team is 23? Partially explains their success. Yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see what happens when all of their recruits aren't 100 years old and they're not playing with a bunch of senior citizens. That is going to be worth noting, but again, they're not the only ones. And you can't take away from the fact that the coaching on that team is really good. But they do. They feel like the team of destiny this year. It's like I keep saying, it's their season to blow. I don't think it's going to be hard for me to say that anybody else can blow it. Doesn't mean it's impossible. Very well could happen. Very well could blow it. But, you know, you can't guarantee that. Oh, yeah, Indiana has insane development. They've got a lot of insane... I mean, well, actually, you know what? Where's the picture? Do I have it on here? I said the thing. I got to do the thing. There it is. I said the word, so there it is. You knew I was getting ready to do that. Come on, you knew that was coming. Don't lie to yourself. You knew damn well that was coming. Good old development. What a guy. He knows what's up this year. Remember that one time he got beat by Ohio? Development. Tell him, Dabo. Tell him what's up.
To win, you got to not lose.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Okay, well, it's 35 minutes past midnight. We've been live for almost 6 hours. Oh, yikes. Good stream, everybody. Really glad y'all tuned in, especially for those of you who tuned in for the after party. Really good time here on Squidtard Sports. Excuse me. We will be live tomorrow again. Same time as always, 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For the Tardaria roster reveal, on top of everything else. We'll also be live on Squidtard, the main channel, earlier in the afternoon for the Pac-Man Festival, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Come on, say hello, maybe throw a like my way. Trying to get the main channel underway. I've got a channel update video coming up soon. It was about time I went ahead and started making that. So I've got a channel update video coming soon. As well as many other projects now that we're moving into the off-season mode of the college football slate. So it's been a very fun one, you guys. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. Had a lot of great conversations with you guys. You know, very important that you take care of yourself. No matter what happens, just know you're loved. You're greatly appreciated. You're loved by... just know that you're loved by a lot more people than you think. And if nothing else, you're loved by me too. I love you. You guys are wonderful people. But yeah, no, it's been a hell of a night, you guys. We'll be live for the national championship a week or so from now. Got chaos along the way down the stretch. Probably the week after the national championship game. And there ain't much else for me to say. So I hope to see all of you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, Saturday night, same time as always. And yeah, no, I'm getting emotional, y'all. Y'all are all phenomenal people. Did I ever tell you that? Did I ever tell you all that y'all are great people and I love y'all? Because I did. I'm telling y'all right now. All right then. Well, you guys take care. Get you a good night's sleep. Get ready for another day of sport ball tomfoolery, and we'll see you guys tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon, depending on whether or not you're in on the main channel. All right, guys. Love y'all. Y'all take care, and Oregon man, prepare to get out sooner or later. You guys take care. Love y'all. Check with y'all later. Power to Tardaria! Take care. Again, love y'all.